You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advisation.
Good morning, it's March the 16th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca, and looks like Rev Cindy is a little heated up this morning. She's got the fans on. Is it the stories we got that's got you?
It's my age. It's called menopause.
Yes, yeah. I remember the times of doing events, going up and down the highway, and the ladies open the window in the middle of the winter time. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm one of those now.
And it happens. It happens, right?
It does.
It happens to all of you. So, so what's new and exciting otherwise?
What's anything otherwise? Well, I'm planning more education. I guess that's exciting for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Going out and educating people, it can always be exciting.
It is.
Yeah. Which I'm going to be doing that in early May. I'm going to go speak to a group of people at a group that are retired professionals, like the lawyers, doctors, stuff along that line.
Amazing. Are you going to record that for us?
I'm going to try to do that. Yes. See what I can do.
I think that would be amazing because we've had my speech on the network, and I think it'd be really cool to have our network owners' speech on the network as well.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I gotta see if I can do it. Like, there's no problem with the tripod and camera. It's just making sure I can get a mic that's going to do the trick. So.
Oh, listen, I know the gear you have. You've got all the tricks. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
I know. I'll give it a try. So. And I look forward to it as well.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we get started?
Yeah, we should. I'm kind of excited about this first story.
Yeah. The same with our first couple stories are updates. And I know that the one I'm going to start off with, it lit some fire under some people. So you'll get to that in a minute or two.
All right? We will. Yeah. Our first story today is coming to us from the CBC News. Here in Nova Scotia. Member 2 First Nation defends sovereignty over cannabis and tobacco sales. A First Nation in Atlantic Canada is drawing a firm line over who controls commerce on its territory, and the debate is raising larger questions about Indigenous sovereignty, economic self-determination, and cannabis regulation here in Canada. Leaders of the Member 2 First Nation in Nova Scotia have told the provincial government and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, commonly known as the RCMP, to stay out of cannabis and tobacco sales taking place on their land. The dispute centers on businesses operating within the Member 2 community that sell tobacco and cannabis products outside of the province's regulated retail framework. Provincial authorities have argued these stores may violate provincial law, but Member 2 leadership say the issue is about jurisdiction. And about the inherent rights of Indigenous nations to govern economic activity on their own territory. Member 2 Chief Terry Paul emphasized that the community has successfully built a thriving economic model over the past few decades, developing businesses, tourism infrastructure. And you can do that here in Nova Scotia, in Cape Breton. You can go on a Mi'kma'ki tourism. It's really amazing. I can't wait to do it myself. And commercial enterprises that support local prosperity. And community leaders argue that decisions about commerce within the territory should be made by the nation itself, not imposed by provincial regulators. The situation reflects a wider conversation happening across Canada. Boy, howdy, is it ever. Many Indigenous communities have developed their own cannabis policies since legalization in 2018, asserting that federal and provincial frameworks do not automatically override Indigenous governance rights. Supporters of Member Two's position say Indigenous nations should have the authority to regulate and benefit from cannabis commerce within their territories. Critics, however, argue that regulatory consistency is necessary for consumer safety and taxation. For Member Two, the issue is about more than retail sales. It's about sovereignty and economic independence. As Chief Paul and other leaders have made clear, the community intends to defend its rights to determine how businesses operate on its land. And the outcome of this debate could influence how Indigenous jurisdiction over cannabis is interpreted across this whole nation of Canada in the years ahead. And I don't know about you, Al, but I am so excited to see this all come to fruition.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a battle for sure. I see in the report they say that the province claims that this has already been settled in the courts when it comes to the treaty rights, and obviously the Mi'kmaq don't agree with that.
No, the Mi'kma'ki don't. After having 5 of their businesses raided on reserve land, it was the push that they needed to move forward with what they're doing. And one of the things that they are doing here is the chiefs across Mi'kma'ki land here in Nova Scotia have banded together and have created a board, for lack of a better word, that coming to my brain, that are making decisions on the businesses specifically about cannabis and tobacco on reserve land. And then I know other Indigenous places in northern BC that are, of course, fighting with land back, and they're not stopping at letting us do our businesses, or let us do our businesses on our land our way. They're insistent that Turtle Island, being all of North America, is their land, and they are working hard to take land back. And I think that this is going to be a huge step in Indigenous rights, in reserve rights, and I can't wait to see it come to fruition, and I can't wait to see them win, because they will win eventually.
It says here that in the court case, they suspect the province will argue that the right does not extend to products like cannabis because they weren't sold at that time.
Under the Canadian legal aspect, you're right. But cannabis and sweetgrass and sage and all of these beautiful herbs are things that Indigenous have been working with for millennia. So good luck.
Yeah, exactly, Buddy Weeds. Exactly. He says if Nova Scotia wanted to control cannabis on Indigenous land, they should have consulted with them at the time of legalization. Yeah, exactly. And good morning to you as well, buddy. As well. All right. It's just we'll have to keep an eye on that. And as people have noticed, we've been running it first story of the day when it comes to this, to make sure that everybody's up to date and to help us inform other people about this. Share the news, because Facebook doesn't recommend our pages anymore. So share. Spread that. That's right. Okay, from there we're moving on. Oh, Buddy's got a comment there. He says it's a sad overreach of government powers.
It is.
Yeah. All right, on to the next story. Here we go. This one is coming to me from StratCan. It says there in the headline that the AGCO reverses policing of the word dispensary. Now says stores can use the term outside of medical context. We ran this story the other day on Thursday, and I can tell you that the short that we put out, it lit on fire. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were looking at that. and people were just like, what the hell is going on? So this is already a follow-up to that story from Thursday. And here we go. Following a recent enforcement push, the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario now says it will no longer prevent cannabis retailers from using the term dispensary in their business descriptions as long as it does not inherently imply medical advice or a medical context. Ontario's cannabis regulator sent out a memo to stakeholders back on March the 13th, informing them of the policy shift, following an outcry from some retailers over recent weeks, as covered by Strachan. Now, the AGCO had previously informed the cannabis retailers in Ontario that they had to remove any use of the word dispensary from their websites and online storefronts, even back-end metadata, leading some retailers to undertake a complicated process of editing their websites. It now clarifies that while cannabis retailers must continue to comply with all other applicable requirements under the AGCO's register standards, including ensuring that retail operations do not present themselves as medical providers or offer medical advice. This will not include the use of the term dispensary when used outside of a medical context. While the word dispensary has traditionally referred broadly to a place where medicine is dispensed, similar to a pharmacy, cannabis retailers in the province argued the term has become synonymous with cannabis stores in the average consumer's mind in recent decades, particularly with the rise of cannabis stores in Canada and the US. Now, such enforcement actions, they argue, only serve to hand customers back to the illicit market without actually protecting the public. While the AGCO initially rejected this concern, the agency has now acknowledged that the language evolves and terms acquire new meanings over time. So they say, to that end, we can agree that the term dispensary on its own does not inherently imply medical advice or a medical context, reads the memo. So as such, the AGCO will not be asking you to remove the terms dispensary or dispensaries from your forms of identification, advertising, or promotions, so long as they continue to meet the standards in all other aspects. Now, in response to a request for comment from Strachan, an AGCO media representative stated that the agency is focused on supporting a safe, responsible, and sustainable cannabis marketplace. They say to remain an effective regulator, we are committed to always working closely with consumers, licensed operators, and other experts to ensure our regulatory approach evolves alongside the industry and the communities we serve. We will continue to listen to stakeholders and adapt our approach as the sector grows and new issues emerge, ensuring regulations remain effective, practical, and aligned with public safety concerns. Well, Cindy, that didn't last very long, did it?
No, not at all.
Everybody's going like, what? Like, I was talking with people afterwards and they were saying the same thing. And I said, when was the last time that a doctor gave you a prescription and said, hey, take this to the dispensary? They say, take it to the pharmacy. Mm-hmm. I've never been told to get to the dispensary.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to agree with Buddy here. He says, yes, some common sense, exactly. And it was a surprise, especially coming from Ontario. Yeah, it's good to see that they reversed that. Now, there was a quote from one of the people who had
Owen Allerton.
Yes.
He said it's excellent to see the government making a rational decision here. It's definitely the best thing for the industry to be able to compete with the illicit market, calling it an amazing win, and saying how grateful that he is that they have changed their position and are allowing us all to use the term that customers are using to search for us.
There you go. Common sense, just like Buddy says. It's it was just I couldn't believe it how quickly the numbers just flew up on our YouTube post of that story.
Yep.
And yeah, people were paying attention. So hopefully they'll see the change.
Yep. Fingers
All right.
crossed.
On to the next
All
one.
right. On to the next story, coming to us from the Ounce. Now, this is coming to us actually from Newfoundland. Cannabis sales rise in Newfoundland, but government revenue falls. Isn't that interesting? Cannabis sales are climbing in Atlantic Canada, but surprisingly, government revenues aren't keeping pace. According to a new report highlighted by the Ounce, legal cannabis sales in Newfoundland and Labrador have increased significantly over the past year. More consumers are purchasing products through the legal retailers, and overall market activity continues to grow. However, despite the rise in sales volume, the province's revenue from cannabis is actually declining. The reason largely comes down to pricing pressure. As the legal cannabis industry matures, competition between producers have driven wholesale prices downward. While lower prices can help attract consumers away from the illicit market, it also means the governments collect less tax revenue per product sold. Another factor is the evolving retail landscape. With more stores opening and more product variety available, companies are increasingly competing on price and promotions, squeezing margins throughout the supply chain. Industry analysts say this trend isn't unique to Newfoundland and Labrador. Across Canada, cannabis markets are moving into a new phase where growth is driven less by high prices and novelty and more by efficiency, competition, and consumer loyalty. For government that initially projected strong tax revenue from legalization, the numbers are now forcing a reality check. Will be growing as an industry, but the financial windfall some policymakers once expected is proving harder to achieve. This makes sense to me, Al. Like, I mean, I shop both in the legal and in the legacy Indigenous market. And one of the things I've noticed over the past, I'd say 12 to 18 months, is that the prices on the legal side are coming down. An ounce that I used to pay $170 for in the market is now down to about $150. I mean, that's a big $20 difference. And when you take that over hundreds of ounces, that's a huge downfall.
Well, if you go through an ounce a week, you're looking at an $80 a month savings.
But that's an $80 a month that they're not getting from one person.
Yeah.
Correct. And like, I'm the company I'm thinking of is actually a Nova Scotia company, and I've been watching their prices drop a little bit. They grow amazing cannabis, truly amazing, burns clean. They grow it aquaponically. There's no chemicals. It's beautiful cannabis. But their prices have gone down just to compete with the lower end pricing, and it's the only way that they can stay in business.
Yeah. I'm just basically a cart purchaser, and I haven't really noticed it there. I'm not buying any herbs, so I don't know to be able to let you know what we're seeing at this end of the woods.
The prices are dropping out in Ontario too, because when I was out in Ontario, I bought I don't even know if I have any here. I do. I bought some hash wrap joints when I was there, and in my research in looking for them, Ontario is so different than Nova Scotia, of course, because everything's by government here. Everything's in the Nova Scotia liquor store, and everything is uniform from literally the northern tip to the southern tip. But when I was in Toronto and went searching for these joints within like a 2-block system, this joint went from anywhere between $17 to $29.99.
Wow, that's a big difference. $12.
Over $10 difference from like literally within 2 blocks.
Wow. Either someone's making a lot of money or someone's not making any money.
Yeah, well, I went and bought a few from the gentleman who had them for the $17. Rosebud Cannabis, by the way. Amazing dude, amazing dispensary. You feel like you're walking into Legacy straight up. It's amazing. And he gives he gives better prices on purpose to draw people in, is what he said. He doesn't believe that he should be making a fortune on other people's needs.
Yeah, good. All righty. Moving on to our next story. We've been talking about scromiting, CHS. What's the cause of this? Seems to be they can't nail it down exactly where this is coming from. But hey, we got something new to add to the mix, and here we go with our next story. This one comes to us from greenstate.com. It says, new study links cannabis vaping to controversial vomiting syndrome. That's right. Something else to add to the list. A new study by California researchers is raising concerns of a possible link between cannabis vaping and a rare disorder called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, or CHS, that can leave users violently vomiting for days. The researchers found that people who use electronic vape cartridges develop CHS much faster than people who smoke cannabis or used edibles. Now, Megan Midqua, one of the study's authors, called the findings combined with increasing vape usage a massive public health concern. Now, according to our recent study findings, those who used vapes alone are hitting it more often throughout the day and developing CHS symptoms sooner than those who smoke by years. And years is in bold letters. Now, she goes on to say, well, this is what she says in the LinkedIn post. But the study published last week in Cannabis and Cannabinoid Research was based on more than 1,130 responses to a digital survey sent to people who said they experienced CHS. It did not prove any causal mechanism between vaping and developing CHS, but found a strong statistically significant association showing vape cartridge users were more likely to develop CHS sooner compared to smokers and use higher levels of cannabis. Now, Cody Peterson, the study's lead author and an associate professor of pharmaceutical science at UC Irvine, cautioned that the results do not prove vaping cannabis is more dangerous than smoking. He says, this is just an association that we saw. We certainly can't say anything definitive. Now, and he also says that it's just something we noticed, that people who exclusively vaped developed CHS in a shorter timeline. Now, he also goes on to say that the study's strong association between heavy daily use of cannabis, including THC-rich vape cartridges, provides strong evidence that THC itself is causing CHS. Some of the survey respondents were using cannabis for as long as a decade before developing the syndrome, and the survey found that 96% of people who used cannabis products at least daily before they developed CHS, with nearly half saying they use cannabis 6 or more times a day. Peterson says that CHS is likely caused by changes to our body's endocannabinoid system, a complex neurological network, and that can result in someone developing a condition even after safely consuming cannabis for years. Many cannabis users, though, deny that THC could be causing the nausea and instead blame the vomiting on cannabis that is contaminated with pesticides or other toxins. Further complicating the issue is that some cannabis products have been shown to be helpful with treating nausea, making the development of CHS seem paradoxical to some people. Well, Cindy, there we go. It's the vapes. He even says in there that it's the cannabinoid system is messed up now because of them.
They're trying really, really hard. One of the things that they said in here, Peterson, he says, if it's just tainted weed, then everybody who bought from that one dealer or that store would get sick, yet only some people are getting sick. We all have different immune systems, Mr. Peterson. Some of us have an immune system that can take those pesticides and we can filter them using our kidneys and our liver, and we can get them out and we don't get sick. Some of us aren't that lucky. And some of us, some people may go and they may smoke a joint a week. Therefore, the pesticides aren't going to affect them like somebody who smokes 2 joints a day. There's so much more about it. And when you talk about the fact that it's happening with vape cartridges, many, many, many vape cartridges out there have things like PG and VG. These things will make you sick. They add in extra terpenes. People could have allergies to them. If you left it just as live resin, just as like this is the pure live resin or rosin that's coming from the plant, there's no chemicals, there's no pesticides. You watch how many people don't get sick.
Yeah, well, Buddy's with a lot of other people. He agrees that he says he believes that it's condensed pesticides causing it. He says there are over 100 approved pesticides, and smoking them are completely different. And here in Canada, over 100. There are over 100 pesticides that are approved for use.
Yep.
And I know down in the U.S. there's been arguments over pesticides as well.
Yep. Hey JJ, thanks for the love emoji. I love you too.
Thanks, JJ. All righty. Well, it's time for you and me to take a break. It's that time. We're halfway through the show. We got half the stories done. When we get back, we're going to learn a little bit more about CBD and CBG. We're going to go to some courts. We're going to hear about some girl guides as well. Some entrepreneurs. There's no doubt about that. All right. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, and we will be back in 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hat and supply rolling paper, bongs, and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm pretty sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize yield flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. I need it. 420.
Net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. What do we got for education? We got some education coming up for our next story, don't we?
We do.
We do. And you notice during the first part of the show, I mentioned about sharing our broadcast, and that's because Facebook says that we are bad people, that we don't meet the community standards. And what are we doing? for sharing the news.
Yeah. I think the first story came to us from mainstream media.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. It makes sense. So share us, help spread the news, and talking about news. Let's get at her.
Yeah. On to the next story. It's coming to us from Leafy. CBD and CBG show promise for fatty liver disease. New research suggests that 2 lesser-known cannabis compounds could play a role in treating one of the world's most common metabolic diseases. A study highlighted by Leafy examined the effects of CBD and CBG on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, a condition affecting millions of people worldwide. The disease occurs when excess fat builds up in the liver, potentially leading to inflammation, fibrosis, and serious liver damage. Researchers found that both cannabinoids appeared to reduce markers associated with inflammation and metabolic dysfunction in experimental models. CBD has already been widely studied for its anti-inflammatory properties. CBG, sometimes called the mother cannabinoid, is attracting increasing scientific attention for its potential therapeutic benefits. Scientists believe cannabinoids may interact with the body's endocannabinoid system, of course, a network of receptors involved in regulating metabolism, inflammation, and cellular balance. By influencing these pathways, CBD and CBG may help improve liver health and reduce disease progression. While the findings are still early and more human clinical trials are needed, as always, the research highlights the growing interest in cannabinoids beyond THC. As scientists continue exploring the medicinal chemistry of the cannabis plant, compounds like CBD and CBG may eventually become part of new treatments for metabolic and inflammatory diseases. And I think that is way behind CBD on a daily for inflammation, and it so helps. What about you, Al?
I have CBD plants that I grow, and in order to take as capsules, or if I want, I can smoke them as well. And I've even pressed some and turned it into some rosin.
I've got CBD concentrates here somewhere that I dab up. They're great.
Yeah, they work for a lot of people. It's too bad that our government decided not to expand them into storefronts as far as pharmacies, health food stores, and stuff like that. So.
Absolutely.
And this is great. It says that CBD and CBG have been found to improve blood sugar control as well.
Yes. Yeah, it's like we look at cannabis, and if they hadn't have had prohibition back in 1923, we were using it. We being humans, were using it as medicine way back then, in cough medicine, pain medicine. Oh, this is your daytime stuff with cannabis sativa. This is your nighttime stuff with cannabis indica. And they were using it in ways. And back then, they weren't using heavy duty THC plants. Like, it was mostly hemp style plants back in 1923. So not a lot of people were getting crazy high. It wasn't all about THC. But then, of course, when they criminalized it, that's what they focused on.
It's nasty stuff, that cannabis.
Oh, that THC cannabis. Ooh, it's so bad. And, and that brought all of our attention to that. And of course, there's just so much more to the plant, and it's not all about getting high. We've talked about it on many shows, how we, utilized the fan leaves for something, or the roots for something else, or the stalks.
Yeah, I've even made oils, TCA oil, not even decarboxylated the cannabis, because there's benefits that way as well.
I know a few people that do that, because they don't activate the THC, but if you take it, you still get the benefits without getting super high, which allows somebody who needs to take cannabis to fight cancer to be able to take a full gram a day versus taking, such a little bit. Like you get less high, so therefore they can take more and fight their cancers or fight their Alzheimer's or fight their Parkinson's without being stupid high.
And Buddy has a few words as well.
We love you, Buddy. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All righty. From there, we'll move on to our next story. And this one is coming to us from normal.org. And the headline says, Federal Appeals Court, workers' compensation plans can't reimburse patients for medical cannabis costs because it's a Schedule 1. A permanently disabled marine employee cannot, or maritime employee cannot be reimbursed for costs related to his use of medical cannabis products, according to a ruling by judges on the Second Court of Appeals. The petition, or the petitioner, who possessed a valid recommendation to access medical cannabis under Puerto Rican law, sought reimbursement from both his former employees, insurance carrier, as well as from the federal government pursuant to Section 7 of the Longshore and Harbors Workers' Compensation Act, a federal law providing no-fault medical and wage replacement benefits to maritime employees injured or disabled as U.S. navigable waters or adjoining areas. Now, the appellant court rejected the petitioner's request because federal law currently defines cannabis as a substance with no accepted medical use. Okay. They decided marijuana's reclassification as a Schedule 1 substance under the CSA unequivocally provides, for purposes of federal law, that it has no accepted medical use. It may very well be the case that the federal government will at some point, perhaps even in the near future, remove cannabis from Schedule 1 of the CSA. But that is a decision for the political branches of the federal government, not for the judiciary. This court is obligated to apply the law as it currently stands. Now, several state courts have previously weighed in on matters surrounding whether employees can be compensated for the use of medical cannabis. For example, courts in New Hampshire, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania have ruled in favor of employees' compensation rights, while courts in Massachusetts and Minnesota have ruled against them. Now, writing in the 2023 op-ed, Normal's Deputy Director Paul Armato says, most patients, most physicians, and most state laws view cannabis as a legitimate therapeutic option. Therefore, the millions of Americans who rely upon medical cannabis products ought to be afforded the same entitlements as those who use other conventional medications and therapies. Those privileges should include insurance provided in reimbursement for medical cannabis treatment. And I have to agree with Mr. Armaretto and Normal on that.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here in Canada, I don't know what the laws are now. The last time I had to fight for them, I had some work insurance that gave me $300 a year that I could use for medical purposes. And where medical cannabis was legal here in Canada, I was allowed to claim some of that. I mean, mind you, $300 isn't even a month worth of medicine, but
No.
It is what it is. And then I know that there was somebody here in Canada fighting for workers' comp coverage, and I'm not sure whatever happened to that.
Yeah.
Straight.
I know that Sun Life has covered some people. There are some insurance companies that will. As you mentioned, there's a cap. The one I know of I'm aware of is $2,500
Yeah,
a
well,
year.
the 300 was before legalization, actually.
Well, $300 a month. Well, yeah, you're a little
No,
more.
300 a year before legalization.
Yeah. So there is some coverage out there. But yeah, you gotta look for it. And as far as your work at work, if your work has got some type of insurance policy that you're on, You can check there to see if there's any hope of coverage. I would think that any company who would get that on their plan would probably see an increase in what they're paying for it as well. So
Yep. Oh yeah.
yeah, it's so dangerous. All righty. Let's hear about these girls and their
Yes,
customers.
I giggled when I saw this. This isn't the first time this kind of stuff has happened, but I really love that they put this story together. So let's see what they have to say. So this one is coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Girl Scout cookies sales spark cannabis culture debate. This is a lighter story that's stirring debate online. In New Jersey, a group of young members of the Girl Scouts of the USA attracted criticism over setting up a cookie sales table outside a legal cannabis dispensary. I commend those girls on their brilliant business thinking. Perfect place to go set up. Photos of the stand quickly spread across social media, with some people joking that the Scouts were cleverly targeting customers experiencing the classic cannabis munchies. Others, however, argued that selling cookies outside a dispensary raised questions about whether children should be involved in fundraising near adult use cannabis businesses. As Al and I were discussing earlier, they said outside the liquor stores all the time here in Canada. Supporters of these Scouts pointed out that the cookie sales often take place outside grocery stores, community events, and other high traffic locations. In this case, the dispensary owner had reportedly invited the group to set up there as a way to support their fundraising efforts. Good on the dispensary owner. Critics, meanwhile, said the situation highlighted the complicated cultural space cannabis now occupies. Legal and normalized in many places, but still controversial when it intersects with youth organizations. Despite the debate, many observers treated the story with humor, noting that the combination of cookies and cannabis culture was almost too predictable. Regardless of where people land on the issue, this viral moment shows just how much cannabis has entered mainstream culture, sometimes in unexpected ways. And Al, it shows the brilliance of these young ladies in picking the perfect place to go sell cookies.
Exactly. Yeah. As you said, it's happened before.
Yes.
They can stand out here in Ontario. They can stand out in front of a liquor store or beer stores, sell their stuff.
Same here in Nova Scotia.
Yeah. Now the Scouts, Girl Scouts down there say that the leaders says that Girl Scouts can set up booths outside of businesses that they would be able to enter or purchase something from. As you know, here in Ontario or Canada, minors cannot go into a cannabis store, but they go into liquor stores all the time with their parents.
Yep. Here in Nova Scotia, all but one of our cannabis stores are in the backs of liquor stores. So if I go into a liquor store, I can take, one of my friends' minor kids or my grandchildren. We can walk around the liquor store if we want. But if I wanted to go into what I call lovingly referred to as the cannabis closets, I have to leave the kids outside of the cannabis closet, standing in the liquor store by themselves.
That's so much safer than taking them in so they could see a picture of a leaf.
Yep.
Yeah. What other plant?
Yeah.
What's that?
Here in Nova Scotia, the liquor store is everything. You can walk around, you can see it, you can smell it, you can touch it. In our cannabis closets, everything is in a drawer. They don't have anything out here in Nova Scotia. So what are you seeing? You're seeing some pictures, you're seeing some packages, and that's it. Behind glass.
Yeah. It's just not. It's a legal store. It's a cannabis store. Yep. What other plant? A picture of a plant is forbidden for youth to see. I can't think of another plant that the government's forbid minors from seeing in a picture.
Yeah.
Now, Buddy Weeds, he's chiming in here. He says that we're known for getting the munchies, and he agrees. Good on them.
Yep.
And he makes this other point. He says, "Don't forget about the cultivator, the cultivar, Girl Scout cookies."
Yes.
That's right, exactly. It is there. That's I would imagine each state would have different laws, regulations on that, just like we do here, as far as the minors entering different stores. But yeah, it's just a leaf, right? So harmful. Ooh. All right, time for us to go on to the last story of the day, and this is I had a bit of a chuckle when I first saw this, so we'll get into it and we'll talk about it after we go. This one's coming to us from Marijuana Moment, and the headline on it says, "Feds deny Snoop Dogg request to trademark smoke weed every day because marijuana is illegal and a song lyric is too popular." Yes, cannabis is illegal and just the saying is too popular, this thing. Here we go. Snoop Dogg's signature catchphrase, "Smoke weed every day," cannot be trademarked by the artist because cannabis remains federally illegal and the slogan has become too popular in mainstream culture, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office says. Now, Dr. ETC Hoco LLC, an entity affiliated with Snoop that owns his intellectual property portfolio, submitted a trademark application for the phrase in 2024. Then, nearly 2 years later, it received a on Tuesday. Now, the federal agency, which falls under the U.S. Department of Commerce, gave two reasons for the rejection. Number one, goods and services marketed under a trademark must comply with federal law, and the application includes items or activities that involves per se violation of federal law. And number two, the phrase comes from a long lyric commonly used in association with cannabis use, making it too popular to exclusively trademark. Now they go on to say to qualify for federal registration, the use of a trademark in commerce must be lawful. The application complies with applicable federal laws that regulate the identified goods and services. Goes on to say that if the goods or services, which is a mark, is intended to be used or prohibited by law, the applicant the requisite bona fide intent to use the mark in lawful commerce. Now, the agency's denial letter additionally said the registration was refused because the applied for mark is a slogan or term that does not function as a trademark or service mark to indicate the source of applicants' goods or services and to identify and distinguish them from others. In this case, the applied for mark is an informal, social, political, religious, or similar kind of message that merely conveys support of, admiration for, or affiliation with the ideas conveyed by the message, it says. Now it goes on to say that terms and phrases that merely convey an informal message are not registratable. To support its case, they provided examples of the phrase "smoke weed every day" appearing on various products sold by retailers such as Amazon, Weed Dreams, and Redbubble. Now, Josh Gerben, an attorney and co-founder of Gerben IP, said in a blog post about the decision, about the denial, that Snoop's company may appeal the decision, but the most difficult part of the challenge the case presents is the federal legality issue tied to cannabis sales. I can see that. Now, the application identifies retail services involving cannabis products, he says. And under current federal law, cannabis remains illegal, and the USPTO routinely refuses applications tied to federal unlawful goods or services. I can see that. Now, taken together, the refusals create a steep uphill battle, Gerben says, and unfortunately, or fortunately for Snoop Dogg, this refusal affects only the trademark registration and not the activity the phrase famously celebrates. Now, there you go, Cindy. You can't the popular things you can't put a trademark on. And
Yeah.
the rescheduling expeditiously that hasn't started. It's been 3 months now. Expeditiously means really quick. Maybe at that point, maybe something might change.
Yeah, maybe.
For them, but they still got the fact
Reschedule it.
that it's a phrase that is commonly used, which would still be a battle even after it was changed, even if cannabis was legal.
Yeah, because he's not the only one that uses it, right? So there are more battles than just the legality here. Although the legality is the biggest battle in there, there are still other battles that he would have to fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. And it's gonna be a while. I see Buddy Weeds has cropped up on our comments about the pictures of plants and being in use, not being allowed to see them. And he says that the poppy is used to support the Legion. And as we know, the poppy is the plant that makes the
Opium.
opioid, and the opium and all that other stuff. Yep. Good example.
For sure.
Yeah.
You're allowed to grow poppies here in Canada.
Even the red ones?
Oh, I see them all over the place here in Nova Scotia. Yeah, people grow them all the time.
Yeah. The right ones, because there are some poppies that don't. That don't.
Yeah, they've genetically gotten rid of the opium stems that are in them. I honestly haven't paid attention to that. I just see the poppies along certain houses, right? And which I then assume, I look at the house and go, oh, veteran must live there.
Yeah, and there's other plants too that people can get high on. Morning glories. No,
Yep.
They don't outlaw
Amanita muscaria, you can get that, and it's legal.
Yeah. So maybe someday some common sense will come in on that. And So okay, anything else?
I don't think so. Have a great week, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Have a great week. We'll catch up with everybody on Thursday. But other than that, that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to you guys, everybody, for tuning in and for interacting with us. We don't mind that whatsoever, as you've noticed. And thanks go to our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we'll see you Thursday, as I mentioned. And always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood. Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Mic on. Red light. Lean in. Hit live. Pull up a chair to the table. 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label. Big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
From the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help kill what it will.
protest,
Protest and turn that voice loud. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
they say I was scared, I was quiet, till one nose cut the storm, stop the riot. Now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Protest and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment podcast for Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Good day, Cindy. How you doing?
Good day, Steve. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
I'm doing not bad. It was just pouring rain all night. And then I woke up 2 or 3 times and it was just coming down. And then I woke up when it was time to get up and it was like, no rain. Well, that makes for a nicer day, right?
Oh, always.
I was trying to think of the band that did the song No Rain, but Blind Melon. I was going to crack a Blind Melon joke, but it just gets screwed if you can't remember the name of the band that does the song No Rain. How you doing out there? What do you got going on?
Rain.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Wow.
Yep.
What'd you do last week? What'd you do up until for the last, because it's 2 weeks before we get to do podcasts. What have you been doing? Doing anything exciting? Doing anything?
Well, I went out to, I had just got back from Ontario and found out my great aunt, was in her last stages of life. And when she passed away, I felt the necessity for myself and for love and respect to her to head back up and see her. And this is not a transition to be sad of. The woman turned 102 last December. 102. So it was a very, very beautiful celebration of life. She was a very large part of the family, very musical. And just to, say something about this woman that I absolutely admire. She, she was part of the armed forces. And she worked as a message translator for the Navy in World War II out of Halifax. So she would get messages and decode them and tell the ship captains what to do. Now, she wasn't literally the one telling them what to do, but she would, decode the messages and give the orders to the ship captains. So that's very... Yeah, so I went up and helped celebrate her life. She was one of those, anybody that knows me understands when I say I had a dark childhood. And she was one of those beaming bright lights in my youth. And, I very much love her and very much grateful that she was part of my family and was able to bring that for me.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful tribute to her.
Yeah. Yeah, Dorothy Ford was her name, just so we can say it out loud.
Nice.
Yeah. Hi, Violet. Somebody said hi, so I have to say hi back.
Oh, nice.
And then, of course, I came home and, being a facilitator, I've held, a few different ceremonies here in my home, in my sanctuary, and have been enjoying that very much. What about you? What's new over the past couple of weeks?
Got my car working finally. What started out as watching a video going, it doesn't look that hard. Half an hour for a mechanic, 3 or 4 for me, which turned into weeks. It wasn't on the verge of comical. It actually became comical. But it's running well now. So I've been able to get a few deliveries done. I'm getting caught up on some stuff, because not only not, not only with not having the vehicle, I couldn't do the running around. With investing way, I didn't have time to do communication. So I apologize to anybody that I left on the back burner while I was trying to get my wheels going. I like that something that starts as, that isn't hard. And in the end, I didn't fix it myself. I took it to my friends Rhonda and Craig, and my buddy Craig fixed her right up for me from NZ Auto Works in Vancouver. NZ Auto Works in Vancouver, and yeah, I'm really happy. There's no dash lights on. You step on the gas, it goes. Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, because before you were stepping on the gas and praying.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Well, now that everybody knows about my fine car vibes.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
what are we going to talk about today, Cindy? Can you see I'm excited about it?
we are talking today about, and Steve came up with this, the ethics of psychedelic facilitation. We have a couple of stories on deck that we're going to talk about. And then we're just going to have some conversation around the serving of these beautiful sacred medicines. And we have a couple stories we wanted to share today. So I might as well, we'll share the first one. And it is a story coming to us from People magazine, actually. As I scroll back up here, it says, as I close this, tourist 41 drank psychedelic tea during a spiritual retreat in Peru, and now his dead body is waiting to be claimed by family. Very sad. This happened last June.
An American tourist has died after drinking a hallucinogenic herbal tea during her spiritual retreat in Peru, according to reports. On Sunday, June 1st, Aaron Castronova, 41, from Alabama, died after allegedly ingesting an ayahuasca brew at the La Casa de Guillermo Icona Hostel in Loreto, located in the Peruvian Amazon rainforest. Daily Mail, national outlets, La Repubblica, and Infobay reported.
Castronova suffered multiple organ failure with the presence of a pleural effusion, which is fluid around the lungs, and acute pancreatitis, Info reported. Citing the regional prosecutor's forensic pathologist, who is Dr. Narcisco Lopez. Lopez suggested that Castronova was on certain medicines that, combined with consuming ayahuasca, can trigger serious adverse reactions, per the outlet.
Ayahuasca is a psychedelic brew containing the natural chemical DMT found in the Psychotria viridis plant leaves, which is illegal in the U.S. The brew has been used for centuries by indigenous peoples from Peru, Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador in religious rituals and for therapeutic purposes, according to the Alcohol and Drug Foundation. Castronova reportedly consumed the drink during a ritual in Santa Maria de Ojeda's indigenous community. Hostel managers claim that he didn't inform the ceremony organizers he was on antibiotics ahead of the ritual, per the Daily Mail.
Following his death, the authorities were alerted, and Castronova's body was transported by river to the port of Bella Vista, Nanye, and then transferred to the central morgue in Iquitos, where it remains pending claim by his family or the U.S. Embassy. This was reported. No family members have come forward to the morgue or contacted the Peruvian authorities yet regarding his death at the time.
The U.S. Embassy is called to coordinate the transfer of Castronova's body back to the U.S. The U.S. Embassy states that U.S. citizens visiting used traditional hallucinogens, often referred to as ayahuasca or cambo. These dangerous substances are often marketed to travelers in Peru as ceremonial or spiritual cleansers.
Yeah, the embassy warns that ayahuasca can cause several negative health effects, including nausea, vomiting, increased heart rate, and even death, as well as long-term effects of psychosis, difficulty sleeping, neurological diseases, and ongoing hallucinations. Yeah. What do you think of that, Steve?
I think that what needs to be pointed out in here was there was contraindications on things. And there was people that one on the facilitator side needed to do more investigation, and on the participant side needed to do more disclosure. And that's just kind of because that's going to be part of our segue to where we go after the stories. What do you
think? What do I think? I think that this story is a very it's a very good story to show why we need to be more careful, both as facilitators and more honest as participants. If this person had been honest with their facilitator about what they were taking and how they were taking it and what they were going through, chances are the facilitator wouldn't have served him the medicine, and therefore this gentleman would still be alive. So it's very important that if you go to take any of these medicines, when you are given an intake form, be 100% honest. If your facilitator is not giving you an intake form, go to another facilitator. It's very, very important. And this story shows why. I mean, this is an extreme case where somebody died because either the facilitator wasn't asking the right questions or the participant wasn't being completely honest, and it's scary.
My heart goes out to the family of this. That's
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why people need to be aware of who's facilitating, and you need to be honest about where you're sitting, where you are, yes, what you're using, anything you're taking. Things could have contraindications. You want to go to the next story?
Oh, absolutely, we can. Let's chat about the next one, which is coming to us from New South Wales. What is it called? Support the Guardian. New South Wales guru charged over man's death during an ayahuasca and frog toxin ceremony.
Salur Solaris charged with manslaughter of Jared Antonovich, who died of a perforated esophagus after taking psychedelic. A man is being charged with manslaughter more than 4 years after a spiritual retreat client died after consuming psychedelics and a frog toxin.
Yeah. So Laura Solaris, 52, was arrested and charged when this happened over the 2021 death of a man at the Arcora retreat he ran in Collins Creek, which is about 60 kilometers from Byron Bay in New South Wales, Australia. He was charged with the manslaughter of Jared Antonovich, who died of a perforated esophagus after consuming the plant-based psychedelic ayahuasca and frog-based poison combo.
Police allege Solaris presided over a ceremony ritual using the substances on October 16, 2021, and provided Antonovich with ayahuasca. The operator, formerly known as Peter George McIntyre, is also accused of delaying medical treatment for the 47-year-old after he collapsed from using the drugs.
Combo is only found in the Amazon rainforest and has to be obtained by scraping the clear mucus-like substance off the back of a giant tree frog, actually the back of his legs. It is classified as a Schedule 10 poison by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which is the highest level of classification, meaning it is banned from use. in Australia.
The use of Campbell was banned 2 weeks before Antonovich's passing. Ayahuasca, banned in 2022, is a plant-based psychedelic normally consumed as a bitter-tasting tea with a strong odor.
Yeah, I haven't done Aya. You have, so I don't know what it tastes or smells like. The use of both is it bad?
It's bitter, yeah.
Yeah. The use of both substances is based on the traditional knowledge of indigenous South American communities, with adherents believing they can detoxify the body. Solaris has been banned from providing any health services, either in paid employment or voluntary, to any member of the public by state's Health Care Complaints Commission.
Antonovich's family has previously called for similar ceremonies to be banned. He had a heart of gold. No one deserves what happened to him. The victim's brother, Chris, told reporters after an inquest into the death in 2024. Solaris was released on bail Tuesday on the condition that he not leave the country, report to police 3 times a week, and provide a $20,000 security agreement should he fail to appear in court. He will face the Lismore local court on March 30th.
Yeah, and this was March 30th, a year ago, I believe.
Yes, I believe the case is still ongoing.
Yeah, I wasn't able to find anything more about it, so I have no doubt. Now, we had a gentleman here in Nova Scotia who, I don't believe that he actually hurt anybody, but he was practicing ayahuasca here, citing church and ceremony. And he was raided not very long ago, and they eventually settled to pretty much let him go with the promise that he just plans the church and doesn't serve anything anymore, and he's being kept a good eye on. But also, they're not they basically have dismissed everything, so it won't show up on his record, so he can still travel to Peru to sit with the medicine.
Oops. Wow.
Yeah.
That was just me with a twitchy finger.
Yeah. Steve's playing with the buttons.
Oh, I got that little bit of a cough that's going. Well, for some people, it's a pretty bad cough, but I'm pounded back my supplements. So for me, it's just kind of a intermittent annoyance.
Yeah.
So that kind of brings us to what our conversation was kind of about today, which is the ethics of facilitation in psychedelics and entheogens. Now, yesterday, I, did a bit of a dive, and I did a chat between Grok and ChatGPT, and a bit of a discussion on the ethics of facilitation. And do you have that one set up to bring up, or should I set it up? Okay. Or do we even need to bring it up? Because we're just going to scroll through it and
yeah, we're just going to chat about it, so we don't need to. I can bring it up on my other screen so I can see it. I look this way when I read it, but there it is, and we can just chat about it.
Okay. Because I when I went through it and got it kind of like what it said, and I would like to discuss the different sections. Is basically what I was thinking anyway.
I'm in. I told you that before, so I'm in 100%.
Okay, so I'll just kind of again, this was a conversation done me, Grok, and ChatGPT just debating stuff, and this is what kind of the final draft where I went, oh, this is kind of like what I'd like to speak on. So the ethics of facilitation in psychedelic assisted therapy or entheogenic guidance boil down to one core reality. Psychedelics dramatically increase a person's vulnerability and openness, turning the person guiding the session into a position of extraordinary influence and responsibility. The facilitator isn't just sitting there. They become a temporary anchor for someone whose sense of self, reality, and boundaries can temporarily dissolve. Poor facilitation can cause deep harm. even death, as we've just shown you. Skilled ethical facilitation can help unlock profound healing. And what we've got coming up is a detailed but accessible breakdown of the key ethical issues and best practices. And this is drawing from all the current clinical research and training protocols like MAPS, Embark, both the Oregon and Colorado models, an expert consensus of 2026. So the first thing that it brings up right off the top, as this really needs to be done, is informed consent. And it has to be done extra thorough and honest. Basically what it wrote out was, normal therapy consent is already important, but psychedelics make it harder because the experience is so unpredictable and life-changing. You can't fully know what ego dissolution, intense emotions, visions, or belief shifts will feel like until they happen. People often come out with new views on life, spirituality, interconnectedness, and even their core identity, changes they couldn't fully predict or prepare for beforehand. Ethical facilitators explain this openly. This might change how you see yourself or the world in ways you can't anticipate right now. Some people love the shift, others find it disorienting. Consent must be ongoing. And this part I really quite liked. Consent must be ongoing. It's got to be dynamic. You check in during preparation. Honestly, you check in long before preparation. You check in during your first talks to make sure that consent is there. Before dosing, and even use pre-agreed signals during the session if someone wants to pause or stop elements like touch. Best practice, spend multiple sessions preparing, covering risk, both psychological, overwhelm, rare, persistent perceptual changes, interactions with various medications, the benefits, the unknowns, what integration looks like afterwards. Never downplay the possibility of a profound, lasting change. So that's kind of the beginning of the first thing they say need to be addressed.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
What do I think? Now, I didn't study with the ones listed here, but I did study with the 5-MeO information and vital education down in Mexico, who take a lot of this from MAPS. They work with MAPS. So it's all things that I've been taught, whether I was learning cacao or whether I was learning unofficially hape with other facilitators, whether I went and took this big, huge course. This even, it goes right over into my breathwork courses that I've been taking. Consent is key. Letting people know, and combo, yes, of course. I mean, like these are big ones. Consent is key. Letting people know what possibly could happen is absolute key. There have been participants that go along and, you give them all of this information and they'll decide they don't want to do it. That scares some facilitators, but I would rather have a participant who's fully on board with all of their parts than somebody who's coming in absolutely terrified and it can, then do them harm. And so it's very, very important. And I have found both through my trainings and my personal practice that people usually shy away when it's not about the death, it's not about the this, it's not about the that, it's about profound changes. And when I tell people I was an accountant before this and now this is what I do, that scares some people. And it's those profound changes that I find are more scary for anybody stepping into this medicine. They're like, well, am I not going to be who I am? Forgetting that who they are is the person who's addicted to their trauma or addicted to a substance, who is hurting, and that they're reacting with one person, one firefighter within them. And this medicine is going to help them bring out the person that is truly in there. And that scares the bajumpins out of a lot of people.
Yes. And just a thought, but as facilitators, because some people aren't fully honest in what they, You know, oh, are you on any medications? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Oh, no, 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 no. But if a facilitator is completely honest and lets people know that people have died by not being honest and not telling about even antibiotics, you know, that can further entice them to be honest if they're not being honest.
Yes. Well, and then, you know, it's also in how you put an intake form together. Like if for any of those, when I handed out an intake form, I mean, like if I'm handing it out to somebody who I know is sober and they're, especially if they're coming along for psychospiritual, or you, like when, you know, when you came along to do combo, well, here's your intake form. I have an annoyingly long intake form. And a lot of the questions around medicines and trauma, I ask 2 to 5 times in various ways. Because many people, like, they don't stop and think that, you know, like the medication that they're on for their blood pressure, you know, it needs to be listed. No, I'm not on any medication. This is just, it's just helping my blood pressure stay down and I'm fine. So that's why, I mean, later on, I'll ask about heart problems or blood pressure problems. Like I'll ask about those things that some people kind of just sweep to the side, you know, and that tells them like, oh, that's a big deal. You know, and now they're going to be honest with me. So it happens for 2 reasons. Like sometimes people just don't know that, you know, like that medication should be on that list, right? Like, you know, like, let me know how much cannabis you're smoking. Let me know if you're smoking cigarettes. Let me know what alcohol you're taking. So I ask everything a bunch of times because it's very, very important, because a lot of the medicines I work with, especially the big one of 5-MeO, there's a lot of contraindications out there. Right. And, you know, with combo, with people detoxing, you can't do combo if you're in active addiction on certain drugs. You have to, you know, be taking certain steps. And, you know, so that's very important to know the contraindications of the medicines that you're serving, and then to make sure that, you know, you ask the right questions more than once to your participants, also giving them the sense of trust and safety so they feel, you know, welcome to open up and be honest with you. You have to give them a very non-judgmental atmosphere.
Yes. And in an area I was, you know, it was actually a question on trauma. I asked the person that was looking for help with depression and anxiety, and I asked them, is there a possibility this may be trauma related? And they said, no, 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 no. And then, you know, we carried on the conversation and I asked things a different way. And after another 20 minutes, I actually had to stop her. And I said, you know, when I asked you if there was anything related to trauma, you said no. I said, but in the last 20 minutes, you've brought up how you're a caregiver for this person that you loved, and you watched them, your words, rot away. Then you talked about the last time you thought about committing suicide, which means there was a first time and probably some in between. Then you talked about how this person you love blew their head off a couple weeks ago. I said, how do you think you haven't suffered some trauma? And she said, I came from a good family. I was never molested. And where the miscommunication in there and the asking the other questions was, I'd asked her, have you ever suffered any trauma? And she had said no. But there was trauma, which was leading to the other stuff. And it was just a matter of her definition of trauma and my definition of trauma were completely different. By asking the questions, you really get to learn a lot about what the words are meaning to that person, what they're hearing, which can a lot of times be different than what you're delivering.
Yeah, that's why, again, it's important when you're going through preparation calls with participants. I like to do at least one that's, you know, probably about 90 minutes long. Sometimes if we have a time constraint, I'll break that into 2. And then when they come on site to do medicine, there's a whole other preparation conversation. And through every conversation and through every stage of every conversation, you know, you make sure they understand what you're talking about. You make sure, you know, you ask them to, you know, come back at you with things. When they tell you something, you reiterate it back in your words to make sure you're getting their, you know, what they're saying down correctly. That's very, very important. That makes them feel held and feel safe to be heard. I like to get people, you know, it's funny because a lot of people don't like to repeat things, but I like, you know, through every stage, I'll ask the participants to repeat everything in their own words. Well, why are you doing this? What is your intention? You know, and some people get annoyed, and it's like we talked about that already, but yeah, well, we're going to talk about it again. And I want you to speak of it again to the universe, because things can change. And a person can be walking into this medicine and go in with one intention, and like, you know, the weeks leading up to it, the preparation leading up to it. And then in the last call, or when they get on site, like all of a sudden they realize that their intention is something completely different. You know, and so you got to get them to keep saying it. And
Guilty of that.
What's that?
I'm guilty of that.
You are, yes.
Oh yeah, being, you know, intention before the medicine, intention before the medicine, intention before the medicine. You know, prepping for the journey, and then realizing, you know, way short on the time. Oh no, that isn't what I need right now. That's what I was wanting, not what I need. I need help here. Yeah.
Yeah. But through conversation, either with yourself or with a facilitator, that comes out. And that's why we ask a lot of questions over and over again. It's, you know, it's about getting you to check in with yourself. It's about getting consent. It's about being completely honest about what can happen when you sit with the medicine, what the outcomes could be. You know, making sure a person understands it's not a magic bullet. It's not like you come in and do medicine and yahoo, you're healed. You know, the healing, the true healing comes in the integration afterwards. And, you know, these are things that we need to portray to our participants so they understand the work that is coming up. But right now,
I was just going to say that today, right now, is a great time to take a sponsor break. So how much time do we got
on the break?
Yeah.
2 minutes and 52 seconds.
So you got 2 minutes and 52 seconds to get right back into your seat. So go do what you're going to do and come on back. Thanks to our sponsors.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for growth, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hello and welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Today we're discussing the ethics of facilitation of psychedelics and entheogens.
Yes.
Da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da. So Steve has put together this Substack where he got AI to help him put everything into beautiful words. And it's broken down some information, and he read off the first part before the break and we discussed it. So I'm going to take charge and read off the second part that he came up with, and we'll have a little discussion afterwards. So in this one, he's talking about power dynamics and boundaries. It's the biggest risk area. Psychedelics heighten suggestibility, emotional openness, and transference, which is projecting parent, lover, spiritual authority onto the guide. And the facilitator holds real power, in this thought. There has to be absolute sexual boundaries, no sexual contact, no flirting, no intimacy ever when you're working with a participant, with current clients, former clients, or their families. And many codes via MAPS make this a lifetime prohibition, and many others make it a 12-month prohibition because of the power imbalance. Doesn't fully disappear after therapy ends. It can go on for quite a while. When it comes to touch, there must only be touch with explicit, revocable consent, and only for safety, comfort, holding a hand if someone is panicking, helping someone lie down, helping them get into a recovery position so they can purge. It should never be erotic or unnecessary. Many protocols require documenting what touch is used or having a second person present. That's one of my protocols here with the work I do, or using video with consent for accountability. And I usually leave that up to the participant. If they want to video it, I'm fine. Other boundaries, no dual relationships, so don't, start dating your participant. No wanting admiration, no taking it, no romantic interests, no business partners. Be careful of becoming friends. Don't impose your personal beliefs. And this is a really hard one because especially if you, if a participant's walking the same path as you, it's hard not to give them your opinion shaped as advice. And that's one of the downfalls that I was telling Steve earlier that I do fall into from time to time. So, like in other words, don't like you must become vegan because vegan is the way, or you must do it this way because that's the way. Like, show them options and help them discover the options that are right for them. The guide's job is to support the participant's own process, not steer it towards the guide's worldview. Some red flags and facilitators that, we must self-monitor of ourselves or monitor of our facilitators or co-facilitators that are friends of ours. If you notice that you're feeling special or heroic and not putting that burden, or not even burden, but that joy back onto the participants, they're the ones doing work. You shouldn't be, hoping for admiration. You shouldn't feel resentment if the participant doesn't progress as you had hoped. Regular supervision and personal therapy for the facilitators help catch that. Staying, co-visible with other facilitators that sit in the same medicine as you is very important. And I invite my co-facilitators to come sit with me so they can see what I do anytime they want. It's for me, it would be a great privilege. As much as I would, sit for them for the same reason, for co-visibility reasons. What do you think, Steve? Did I do okay in, projecting what you had written?
Yep. And it is a huge area. We didn't do any of the stories on that, but there's a few stories of malfeasance in the sexual boundaries area at some of the retreats. I believe a couple of them were various places in South America, and there was one in Mexico I looked at as well.
Yeah.
And,
no, I mean, like I have friends who work with some psychedelics, but they work in sex and psychedelics, and they work with couples. So it's not about having sex with the participants. It's about teaching your participants how to be, do these medicines together and have it enhance their romantic slash sexual life. So the way that they do it is really beautiful. I don't have a partner, so I haven't been able to participate in their therapy, but I love watching them. It's a beautiful couple. They're just, I think both of them are very amazing humans. So like, we're not discounting that. But if you're going to a facilitator and the facilitator is getting funky with you or allowing you to get funky with them, that's a big, huge red flag.
What's kind of cool right now is because it's making the growth it is, the people that have been doing that are kind of getting called out. The community's growing and the community's talking because people are tired of that kind of behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and it's not just in that kind of behavior. It's in any behavior that could harm a participant. It's I find it interesting because being part of the 5MEO community and part of the conversations, most definitely there is a Bufo Council in Mexico to keep eyes on how Bufo is treated around the world, and they try to bring in ethical use of this beautiful medicine, and that's flipping over to 5 through other facilities such as the school I went to, and there are other top-notch facilitators. There's a temple, and the name of it is slipping my mind. And the last name of the gentleman that owns it is slipping my mind. I'm so embarrassed. He was one of my teachers at 5, and he owns a 5MEO temple that he works with psychospiritual people only, but he also teaches. And the ethics of these people just, it blows me away, and I'm so blessed that I got to go learn from them. They make sure that, they teach everything. They'll tell you everything. I mean, I'm very glad that I had that training versus some of the other trainings that we see out there. But these people are working together to try, and it's not that they want to go, oh, that person's bad, like they're teaching the wrong things, we need to shut them down. Their thought process is, oh my gosh, that person's on the wrong path. Let us help you get on the right one. Because they don't want to shut down people. They just want to help them work with it ethically.
And the problem, I've seen part of the problem myself because I went to a couple festivals where people actually had tents all set up and were freely administering to people they just met there. And some of them were on other drugs as well. But the person, doing the administrating had such a mind-blowing, life-altering experience that they want to share it. So some of them are those people out there trying to share because they experienced it in that environment and actually have no idea of the consequences of what can happen when not done safely.
Yeah.
And the other one I found
educate them.
I found other people that went, oh, we can make a lot of money here. And they just ran around doing the same thing. And they've got tents set up and, they seem like nice people. They're good salespeople.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, so I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, coming from somebody who is like, I've been taught how to ethically and integrally work with these medicines, all of the medicines that I've studied. And I hold those ethics, integrity into my heart, as you know. And you mentioned one group of people that, like your heart's in the right place. Come get educated on the right way to work with this stuff. The ones that are just out there making the money, those are the people that we need to just, listen, if you just want to make money, go do it with cars or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you can screw people up. And if people, if people already, well, if you're bipolar or schizophrenic and you're at a rave out dancing and you've done a little MDMA and somebody comes along and says, hey, do you want it? Well, you're already under an influence of being more susceptible from the MDMA or ecstasy, as it's called at the rave. You're already open to things. And then it's like, oh, you got to try this. It's going to blah, blah, blah. And you'll see, and off they go. And you can permanently crack their psychosis. You can break them wide open in a way that can't be healed.
Well, the two diseases that you mentioned are both they're the top of the list for contraindications with certain medicines. Like, I mean, I would never serve combo to anybody like that. I would never serve 5-MeO, Bufo, NN. None of it would get served to somebody with those diseases. There are the people that I studied from with 5. They're coming up with a non-hallucinogenic way of serving 5-MeO. So you can, and they're creating it for this group of people that could highly benefit from the medicine of the toad, but their psyche can't take that full dissolution. It can't take where even a bare handshake would take them. They can't do that. It would break them further. But the 5-MeO, there are aspects of it that could help them. And so they're working on that. So this medicine can be there to help people with schizophrenia or bipolar. Right now, they're studying the effects with people that have Parkinson's disease. So it's really exciting stuff that's coming up. And, like that's one of the things that the people that can do this, such as, MAPS or 5 or, many other places that you mentioned earlier, the fact that they can do this and they can do it with integrity and ethics and in the way of the quote unquote vegan scientist, I think is really amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. But number 3, because
it shows how far we've come.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We should move on because like we could babble about this forever.
Oh, okay. Well, I can babble forever anyway. But
I know.
Okay, so the next part is vulnerability and do no harm, non-malfeasance. Participants are often already hurting, trauma, depression, anxiety, and the medicine can bring buried material to the surface fast. Ethical guides screen carefully for contraindications, certain heart conditions, severe psychosis history, specific meds. They create safety through set and setting, calm environment, music playlists, eye masks, trusted presence. They stay grounded and non-directive during the peak. Trust, let go, be with, rather than interpreting or pushing interpretations. After the session, integration support is ethically required, helping process what came up so it doesn't leave someone destabilized. And sorry to laugh there, but I'm just picturing some of my experience of watching some of it happen in those tents at the raves. Because literally at one point we were in there talking and having a discussion, and it's funny about being ethical when another couple brought some people in to do, I won't call it a ceremony, to do 5-MeO DMT. And then they did it and then ran back out to the rave. And it was like, oh, there's no integration there, babe. Go integrate with the rave crowd. Woo!
Mm-hmm.
So what's your feeling on
that? See me twitching? Yeah, no, that kind of stuff bothers me greatly. Like 5-MeO is not one of those entheogens that can break that medicinal, recreational line. I'm sorry, but there is just no way that it should be used that way. There's no reverence, there's no respect, there's no ceremony, and you can do a crap ton of harm.
And it is known, even in the medical community, as the strongest psychedelic out there.
Yeah, strongest psychedelic, strongest entheogen known to man. Yeah. So you can do a lot of harm to somebody, especially in a setting like that. There are other people that are out there serving this stuff that just, it blows my mind how they're doing it. Like, you should never be sitting alone when you intake this medicine, ever. If you have a full release, you have no idea what your body's about to do, and you can choke, you can fall, you can hit your head, so like, I'm not trying to gatekeep it as to say to not go get it and do it at home, but by God, at least be smart enough to have somebody there. And not that I advocate for that. I always think you should get a facilitator, but I know that there's people out there that aren't going to listen to me. So at the very least, don't be alone. But I know some people out there that's how they facilitate is over Zoom. They'll send out a vape or teach the person where to go get the vape, and then they'll sit there over Zoom and get them to do 5 alone. And it just it blows my mind. And then one of the things that happens when you do some of these medicines is you become very your brain becomes neuroplastic. And this is where the God complex on the facilitator can take hold, because what you should be doing is sitting behind your participant when they come back into their body, when they're done their trip. And I don't care if this is mushrooms or 5-MeO or any other of these big medicines. Don't be in front of them. Don't let them fixate on you. Let them fixate on looking out the window, on the birds, on the trees, on the weather, on something, so they can still fixate inwards and recognize that they did their work. The only thing I did was hold a flippin' pipe and make sure that their body didn't die. Very, very, very important parts, but they were in there doing all the work, not me. I was just support. And that's what they have to fixate on. And if you are in your participant's face, especially after something like 5-MeO, they're going to fixate on you. Thank you for healing me. Thank you for doing this for me. And just know, right? And then, when you do a lot of these medicines, you're neuroplastic for anywhere between 6 to 8 weeks, up to a full 2 months. You can have neuroplasticity happening in your brain. And during that neuroplastic part, that's when the integration is most important. That's when you should be doing talk therapy, integration circles, breath work. You should not be going back for more psychedelic medicine at that point in time. If you've done 5 today, wait at least 6 weeks. I would really recommend at least 2 months, if not 3 or 4. Many people come back every 3 or 4 months, but they let that neuroplastic part go down, and then they work with, what they've learned through integration, and then they go back to peel the next layer. But, don't do it daily or weekly. Very much let the neuroplastic part do the job through integration. Very important. And you should be like telling me to shush now, Cindy, and go on to number 4.
Oh, if we don't get to the end, it doesn't matter. We're doing the most important ones right now.
Yeah.
Did you want to read number 4?
Sure, I can read number 4. Number 4 is about training, competence, and avoiding the guru traps. Not everyone should facilitate just because they've tripped a lot. When Steve read this to me earlier, I had a giggle just for that one line. A good facilitator usually has formal training, either versus CIIS, Fluence, MAPS, Embark, 5-MeO, the 5 program through Tandava, to understand the psychedelic neuroscience and psychology, and often have done their own deep personal work, sometimes including legal psychedelic experiences for embodied understanding, though this is debated. And every medicine that I have studied had a minimum of I had to have used it for 2 years. I had to understand it. I've had to have full releases, a certain amount of full releases, a certain amount of trips. I had to go to a number of different facilitators to experience different ways before I was even allowed to apply to be educated with these medicines. They commit to humility. The participant is the expert on their own inner world. And the guide, the facilitator, is a witness and a safety container. They're not a shaman. They're not a guru. They're not a teacher imposing wisdom. They are there just to make sure you're okay. And ongoing supervision and peer consultation and ethics continuing education are standard to prevent drift into exploitation. Such as I'm going next month out to BC to do another training week. And I go sit with my, some of my mentors when I can, just to be able to, receive their knowledge once again. And when it comes to some of my medicines, to go back and retake bits and pieces of the courses is, part of what I've already paid for and very much encouraged. I agree with number 4 very much.
The one in there that I realized I used the wrong word in there because I don't like the word container.
I love it.
There's the guide as a witness and safety container. They should be a safe space. We don't want to contain the stuff of the other person's energy at all. We want that to lay in the safe space so that the all that can be deals with that energy that they've released.
Yes, but the word container means that you are held, and that's what it's meant to represent. So when somebody comes to me, the second we start a discovery call, our container is open. And by what I mean by containers, I am holding you in this safe, contained space. You don't have to worry about anything coming in to get you because I've got you in this space. So I understand what you're saying, but I had to explain why I love it.
But in the end, you still say it's the space.
It's a container of safe space, yeah.
Oh, I see. You're taking it from the container being the person to the container being the space.
Yes, the whole space.
See, I find most people interpret container as themselves, not the space they're in.
Oh, okay.
And then I actually find some people hold on to that energy because they actually think they're the container. And they're taking on that trauma that the person might be releasing, and they're taking on that energy because they think they're the safe container. And it's like, no, let that energy fall in the space. You want to be a safe container. You, like the person, wants to be a safe container for their energy so they can create the safe space for the other person to let their pain out.
Yeah.
But that's,
and what you're calling the safe space, I call the whole thing, like, as soon as I start in with somebody, like I say, on a discovery call, my space is the container. And it's virtual to start. And when they get here, it's my home. It's the room that we do the medicine in. And, you know, and in that, they are that whole container with me holding them, they are safe to release, and they are safe to let go, and they are safe to invite in love. And, you know, it's where they can be safe, like my home, my sanctuary for me. Yeah.
Just different definitions on what the container was. That's
yeah.
all.
Yeah. My container is your space, but it all works. Yeah. You want to talk about number 5?
Sure. Cultural respect and equity. Many psychedelics come from indigenous traditions, ayahuasca, peyote, psilocybin, and mushrooms. Ethical facilitation acknowledges this heritage, avoids cultural appropriation, and, if drawing from those lineages, seeks permission, reciprocity, or cooperation with knowledge keepers. Access matters. High costs and limited trained facilitators can exclude marginalized groups. Ethical practitioners advocate for equitable models. Group formats, sliding scales, community-based programs.
I just heard something fall out there. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. And we talked about this ahead of the show too. This is so important. Almost every good facilitator I know that's out there has a sliding scale. None of them are free. There is an energy exchange of some sort with all of them. That's a respect for the medicine. But everybody has a sliding scale because they truly believe that, you know, everybody that, you know, qualifies to take this medicine should have the opportunity to do so. You know, we have chatted before, and, you know, you've personally heard from Gabor Mate in a conversation that healing isn't cheap.
Yeah.
And it's not. You know, not at all, but there are ways to get it accessible. You know, different medicines are more expensive. Not everybody needs to run off to Peru to do an ayahuasca treatment, or run off to Mexico to do, you know, iboga, or a big 7-day retreat of some sort, or off to Costa Rica. You know, some people, I don't know what's going on out there. Some people do need, you know, like they can work within what they can get their hands on. You know, so having this medicine accessible here at a good price for people that are wanting to move forward in their healing, you know, I think is important. I also think it's important for the facilitators to make space for those, you know, that don't have money, like, you know, people who are on disability or welfare, people who are trapped in homelessness, and who are looking for a way out. And there is a way to work that where, like I open myself up for donations. If people come to me and they look at my price and they want to pay more, well, that more goes into a donation box. So then if I come across somebody who can't afford it, doesn't have enough money, I can dip into that donation and now I'm paid. That energy exchange is still there, even if it doesn't all come from the participant that's taking advantage of it. With people like me, I just want to see people heal. I want to see them step out of addiction and step out of their trauma and realize that they are a bright light, and they are worth this journey. And it is hard work. Even with the medicine, it is hard work. But that I want people to realize that they're worth it. There are certain medicines I learned for certain people straight up. I've got 2 young ladies out in BC that inspired me to learn combo. Because of the fact that this medicine is so freaking expensive to go hire somebody to facilitate. And these 2 young ladies, I see a bright light in them, and I want to be ready to help them step out of fentanyl addiction when they're ready. Straight up.
Wow. Well, on that note, it's probably a good time to say thank you for joining us here on The Mushy Moment. Thanks for supporting us. Thanks to the network for having us on. Thanks to our sponsors for allowing this to happen. And next week, we'll see you with Sweet Pea and Mayhem. And the week after that, we'll be back with you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Oh, this one is in the headline that the AGCO reverses policing of the word dispensary, now says stores can use the term outside of medical context. We ran this story the other day on Thursday, and I can tell you that the short that we put out, it lit on fire. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were looking at that, and people were just like, what the hell is going on? So this is already a follow-up to that story from Thursday. And here we go. Following a recent enforcement push, the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario now says it will no longer prevent cannabis retailers from using the term dispensary in their business descriptions, as long as it does not inherently imply medical advice or a medical context. Ontario's cannabis regulators sent out a memo to stakeholders back on March the 13th, informing them of the policy shift. following an outcry from some retailers over recent weeks, as covered by Strachan. Now, the AGCO had previously informed the cannabis retailers in Ontario that they had to remove any use of the word dispensary from their websites and online storefronts, even back-end metadata, leading some retailers to undertake a complicated process of editing their websites. It now clarifies that while cannabis retailers must continue to comply with all other applicable requirements under the AGCO's register standards, including ensuring that retail operations do not present themselves as medical providers or offer medical advice. This will not include the use of the term dispensary when used outside of a medical context. While the word dispensary has traditionally referred broadly to a place where medicine is dispensed, similar to a pharmacy, cannabis retailers in the province argued the term has become synonymous with cannabis stores in the average consumer's mind in recent decades, particularly with the rise of cannabis stores in Canada and the US. Now, such enforcement actions, they argue, only serve to hand customers back to the illicit market without actually protecting the public. While the AGCO initially rejected this concern, the agency has now acknowledged that the language evolves and terms acquire new meanings over time.
Crumbled bag on the coffee table, green dust on my thumbs. You laugh, say my eyes look ancient. We ain't even started to run. Past the grinder, past the time. Ashtray full of last week's plans. You light up, I watch the flame dancing in your shaky hands. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall grass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong. Oh, yeah. Couch got dance with our names in it. Same groove, same old show. You call, then you start confessing things you never let me know. Cherry glowing in the dim. Whole room smells like late July. I lose track of every worry. Watch the circles climb and die. Cannabis, you keep me honest. Slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall grass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong, now we fade it just to feel that peace. If tomorrow hits a little too hard, save a little in the jar. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, Let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the barn.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the end broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. I am your host, Casper Leach, and if you get a chance, please visit timeforhemp.news. There's lots of free downloads to be found there, and it's all about how important it is to legalize hemp all around the world because this plant is amazing. And I know my joint hosts agree. We have a groovy joint host up in Canada who works diligently to let the world know that it is time for hemp, and that is Al Graham. Hey, Al.
Hey, Casper, how you doing, buddy?
Groovy, baby. Let people know about Pace Radio Network.
All right. People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network can be found at paceradio.net. We cover psychedelics as well as cannabis. And just so you know, we're more than just a radio network. We are also in video. So stop by and see us at paceradio.net.
And you do have some really groovy videos, and the topics that you cover are current, and they also are historic, right?
Yeah, well, yes, exactly. Part of our stuff is to make sure that people are informed on what's happening in the news. So that is always up to date, what's going on there, as well as some of our guests as well. Getting new information from them all the time.
And speaking of groovy information, our other joint host on the big broadcast, Al Bird, has a whole book about information.
Yep, that's it. That's the one I wrote. Yeah, for country and cannabis. I appreciate you waving it around there. It's a 40-year history of basically how did medical cannabis happen anyway over the last 40 years. It didn't just happen. It happened over 40 years. So I wrote about it, and I wrote about who did it and how they did it, the good guys, the bad guys. There's also a lot of information in there about cannabis, the plant, cannabis, the medicine, cannabis use by veterans, et cetera, et cetera. And since I'm the concentration here of these, I guess I could call ourselves green geezers, since we're all interested in green TV and we're a geezer. The green geezers here have a guest coming back. These guys are actually on a repeat performance. They're in California this time. And we've been talking to them about the use of cannabis for tumor reduction, even in infants. I mean, one of the little babies was 7 months old. So now we're going to come back with that same couple, and we're going to talk to them initially about using cannabis for bone, what I call bone cancer. I've never really heard of that before, but here we go. So Hillary, Brett, you guys out there?
Hey, in the
Here we
redwood
are. Yep,
forest.
they came back. Okay, good for them. I guess we treated them well.
Of course.
That's right. We treat all our guests well. We like to hear lots of stories and we hear lots of information, and that's why they're on the broadcast.
That's right.
Well,
Exactly. And you guys have some fascinating information. We've just got a half an hour of it. So I teased them a little bit about your use with cannabis products, which is FECO oil, I assume again, and FECO meaning full extract cannabis oil, folks. And they use FECO oil, not always, because you also use creams. What else you got there?
We use also the medicine in MCT coconut oil, and then this is regular coconut oil. So they're just other carriers, but it's all just the same medicine. The lab tested multi
coconut oil on the topical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, we also use a lot. We do 2 covers a day with the salve, but the spine and belly button and back of the neck is done with the full extract cannabis oil. And then they cover it with Tagaderm or non-woven tape and an organic belly button cover on the belly button.
Okay. So now you told us earlier that in private conversation, you had experience with cannabis and a tumor in the bone, or
right. This is so a man, his name is Rich Brownlee. He was at Emory. We have all of his scans, lab work. Anybody wants to see it or hear it, we're glad to share with people because we're pretty excited. He's a father of 2. His wife had a 6-week-old baby when he was diagnosed with 4-stage Ewing sarcoma, including an 11-centimeter tumor in his tibia bone. All my education has told me that cannabis doesn't remove tumors from the bone.
Right. There's just not many receptors in the bones.
So what we were trying to do was control the cancer so that he could feel comfortable doing the surgery. He had 87% Ewing sarcoma cancer cells in his body at diagnosis. So, and he was in incredible pain. So he came to us and said, I've already made my decision. I just moved to a new state with my wife and my 2 children. I have my dream job and I'm not willing. I'm going to keep it a secret, he said. And so we made an agreement that we would donate the medicine to him and he would keep track of everything he did. He would record everything. And after 6 weeks on the medicine, all his pain was gone. All the inflammation in his leg was gone. So we made an agreement that we would treat him for 1 year as long as he had no symptoms arise, because Ewing sarcoma is very symptom-oriented cancer. So we said, we'll do it. And after a year, he went and made an appointment to get a scan. It took 8 weeks. So at 14 months from diagnosis at Emory, with 0 trips to the doctor and 0 pharmaceuticals, he went in for his first scan and he is in complete remission. And the tumor in his tibia is gone. We post and share exactly what he did, exactly his entire protocol that we use. And we asked them to retest the biopsy, which we have it all proven. And they said, oh, they don't have enough to retest it. But because of the diagnosis that was done with I think it's called the Fisher test, of how many Ewing sarcoma cells in his body, the diagnosis is a definite diagnosis. And so when they came back and said it was gone, we were blown away. We really were expecting him to get a full knee replacement and all the surgery, but he was so sick and in so much pain at diagnosis, he was scared to do it because this is a cancer that does not have a treatment that works. The people that get it, they bang it back and then it comes back worse, and then they bang it back and then it comes back worse,
and then they cut off their
arms and legs. The chemotherapy, the automatic chemotherapy is 5 months, a lot of every week hospitalizations. It's the worst, it's the red devil, and it doesn't work. And so we've really dedicated ourselves to Ewing sarcoma. A lot of children, this is a very much child-oriented diagnosis, although Rich was a 35-year-old man diagnosis. So we just want to get the word out there because people are dying of this diagnosis today, where if they had been given cannabis at diagnosis and treated their microbiome of their gut, which is actually the real cure of cancer, is the microbiome in the gut. Nothing whatsoever to do with mutations or genetics or diagnosis. We treat them all the same. That's all stuff from the lab by people trying to make big bucks. It's not real. Okay. So people really need to learn that. It's your gut. If you have a healthy gut biome, cancer will not spread in your body. We have 0 reoccurrence, 0. And you can talk to all our people. Like he's 21 years cancer free this month. Just saying.
Okay. So we're giving this man, your client here, the process took a year or more.
It was 14 months.
Okay, and he self-administered the medicines, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was fecal oil, right?
Yeah, our organic 27 strain lab tested.
All right, and was it what you made, Brett?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's your
we
product.
don't make it with just trim like a lot of other people. We use the full plant. We untrimmed bud, boom, not the leftovers.
You don't trim the bud. You incorporate the leaves.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, we had a guest talk about the validity of that, of including the leaves for a variety of reasons, including nutrition.
Right.
Yeah, right. So your product there then, Brad, has a nutritional value that's also being played out here.
Well, yeah, that's correct. That's one of the other things that we do differently is we do a long soak. Most people do a quick wash just to get, the THC crystals and all the stuff that gets you high. We're not trying to get everybody high. So yes, chlorophyll is a good part of our medicine, and it really does help affect the gut and the gut biome.
Okay, well that makes a difference too, because I'm trying for the last 20 years of the 40 talk about cannabis as a nutritional product.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and see, I've just sort of stumbled in that you understand that, and you've got that incorporated into the fecal oil. Right. Now that to me is different because I don't know everybody that makes fecal oil, but everybody that I've ever watched on YouTube or talked to personally trims it.
Right. They get the trim.
I've always wondered about that. Again, from a nutritional point of view, noting those leaves have great value. Why dump them on the floor? Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Brett, because I think that's really a part of the important treatment process you have.
Right.
Yeah, you're incorporating a lot of things in what you guys do. Seems very smart. You're 10 years ahead of the world.
We're scientific. Our website, No Harm Protocol, is scientific nutrition and cannabis medicine, and that's actually the real cure to all cancer. Cannabis medicine and scientific nutrition. Say it out loud. Okay, that's what you do if someone you love or yourself gets a diagnosis. Is you don't harm yourself, you don't destroy your blood, you use cannabis medicine and scientific nutrition, and we have it outlined on our website, noharmprotocol.com.
And what's that website again, please?
noharmprotocol.com.
Well, it's a hell of a name, guys. Did you get that? No Harm Protocol. Bounce that against chemotherapy.
So a no harm diet, is that like a Hershey bar and a bag of chips and a Diet Coke and a hamburger?
Yeah, pretty much none of those things.
We have everything. We have juicing. We make savory juices every day. We try and use scientific nutrition as a medicine. So by giving the children and adults a savory juice, the base is lemons, ginger, kale, apple, carrot, one apple, and I prefer just the skins because there's a lot of sugar in that. But savory juice every day at the same time. We use it as medicine because it teaches the body that it's going to get all the nutrients it could ever need every day at the same time. So the body naturally is more willing to let go of what is not healthy. So
what does it taste like?
Microbiome. We don't just talk about them; we train them.
What does it taste like?
Great.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. My favorite juice that we make is watermelon, lemon, ginger, apple, carrot, and kale or spinach.
Yeah, but the other thing you just blow through. You guys are so out there. You don't even understand how. Yeah, Hillary said, folks, you eat at the same time. That is very important. Your body needs to have a scheduled cycle. It doesn't mean to eat 3 times a day, by the way.
Yeah.
But what if you're going to eat, you should eat it roughly the same time every day. So that's important. Well, listen, I know the answer to this question, but I want you to answer it. So I have at my feet here, as people that follow me around, 3 golden retrievers. And they are part of my life. They're part of my family. And there's millions of us that feel the same way. So is this stuff any good for my dogs?
Oh yeah, we treat cancer all the time in dogs. Absolutely. And we do it just like babies. We literally treat the dogs the same as the babies with the drops on a schedule. And we've seen great results. And I've never done it myself. So I have the patients that I've worked with that have had success removing cancer. I have Peter Kenny. His dog lived 2 years, and that's a long time with dogs because, their lifespan's a lot shorter. So I have people that I work with that have used it successfully. So when people call me, I get them the medicine, but I refer them to Peter Kenny, and he talks them through it because he's done it.
And this is the same basic procedure would be fecal oil and drops.
Just like this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
1 drop per milligram.
well, I knew the answer, and that's why I asked it. So let me expand. So what about if I got a sick giraffe?
I think that all mammals have an endocannabinoid system. So I would believe that you could absolutely use it on a giraffe. And if you have one, let us know because we will come over.
Yeah, I've never rode a giraffe before.
I wanted a zebra really badly my whole life. So.
Well, I've seen on YouTube that there is a giraffe hotel that people can go to that has giraffes on the property, and the giraffes pop their heads into the window during breakfast and say hello. So people who love giraffes can go to the giraffe hotel and hang out with the giraffes.
They're cool. They're cool critters. But you're right. Not only mammals have an endocannabinoid system, folks, but every living creature on Earth, except insects.
Well, and except members of Congress, because we're not sure if they're even human.
Well, I won't go there, but I won't argue with
people.
But the everything on Earth. So you're looking at the American eagle, or you're looking at a gray whale, or you see a rabbit running through the desert, or you see Castor leech. They all have an endocannabinoid system. Even him.
Even the ladies on The View.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Even them, unfortunately. But so do the ladies on Baywatch. So, hey, everything evens out. What the hell? All right. Look, so we got just a little bit left. What can you add to this conversation for the general public? I know you're going to say what I hope you're going to say is try it first. Again, give us that speech again, how no harm protocol. That's a pretty that's a pretty bold statement.
Well, it came out very organically because people would ask us all the time, what's your protocol? And we'd look at each other and we'd say, no harm. And so it kind of named itself, to be honest. We didn't think of it. It just came out. And one of our moms made this website for us. We're not a business in any way. I just, my voice is going hoarse from talking so much. So one of my moms literally made this for me.
Did a nice job.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
she's
very, very
amazing.
well done. And I love the name, No Harm Protocol. It's well chosen, and it means a lot. And I think it sends a definite message that what you're doing is excellent. Again, as Brett said earlier, let's do this first.
Right.
You can, if it doesn't work, you can try that other shit. I wouldn't, but you can. But
yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah,
but
but that's what we love
well, the
about
other thing is stress again that one man did this for a year, but you're talking that you can see a reasonably good successes within weeks, right?
Absolutely. Grayson, for example, our first St. Jude child, she had 60% shrinkage in the first 6 weeks. We get results quickly, so it lets the family say, phew, I don't have to harm my child. And now the hospitals, when your child gets diagnosed, you can go on this medicine that day. And then it usually takes 5 to 8 weeks for them to get all the appointments, all the doctors. They send you to radiology, surgery, oncology.
Make
you
all
have
the schedules.
to do all these appointments. So you can literally put your child or an adult on this medicine at diagnosis. And by the time they rescan you to start treatment, we can have a good idea of the success that you can have with this medicine.
Wow,
We see blood work change.
Yeah, I mean that's timing there is important, of course. And then the other thing I would guess is since you're seeing some sort of immediate positive results, that encourages the family to be more precise, more involved, more everything. I would think.
And it gives them confidence that they're doing the right thing.
It really builds self-esteem. I see cancer diagnosis destroy families.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's part of our no harm, is not to harm the family
And
either.
siblings.
It's they go through just as much trauma as the patient.
Sure they do. Yeah, maybe more. Yeah, and I watch St. Jude on TV. They have hospital ads, and I feel terrible for those kids.
Well, they're guinea pigs over there. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see that they're being radiated in from and you just know that. Yeah, well,
they're being harmed.
And so I compare that ad on TV to what you've just told me, and I go, why would anybody do that to their child before they got a hold of you two? I can't imagine.
Well, I cannot imagine going too much beyond a half hour in our broadcast. So because of that, it is necessary to wind it up. Brett, Hillary wants to let people know one more time how they can find you.
We are Old School Farms on Facebook, and we are noharmprotocol.com.
Yeah.
And Al Byrne, let people know where they can find your book.
Everywhere books are sold on the internet. It's also an ebook. So if you don't want to pop for $25, you can pop for 8 or 9. I actually like the book. And the thing I like about it, even though I wrote it, I go back all the time and look at it for references. I don't remember everything, although I'm pretty good at it for an old guy. So take a look at it. And then also take a look at my friend Al Graham's whole plethora. I think I said that right. Of things that he offers on his programs. Both, even though it's radio. See radio over his shoulder? It's also very video.
Very video, it is, that's for sure. And if you went to our, not only you got paceradio.net, but pace-online.ca, which is our main website for people advocating cannabis education, you'll find researchers and success stories of children with cannabis.
And I can certainly tell you have a lot of interesting guests. And one of the things that I appreciate about your guest and my guest is that it's like getting together with family. Very seldom do we bump into somebody who's pretentious and difficult. Most everybody in the cannabis hemp movement is full of love, down to earth, and is very diligent to let the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Ooh. Look at all that money. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil, no need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Faxes, the founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for him. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People being pilots far with Valentine as it's meant. Right now, it's time for him. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herbs. It's time to lift the helmet. It's time to make a strong stand. Swear yes we can, I know we can. We can make a difference, yes we can. Just like birds of a feather, we can work together to live again. Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Got the slab on the table, little brick, all pressed, all gold.
5 tons in the steel frame waiting.
Whole room hush when it flows.
Ross and back,
That custom mold,
fill it up,
tuck tight.
and load and press.
We just trying to keep long still shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Soft and free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Ooh, see a pack in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Think flat,
Clear drop,
that hue.
weigh it out,
Take a breath,
think twice.
dose right.
Keep the bag in view.
We just squish,
We don't strip, we don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip,
let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
soft and free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key. Heat makes the trichome flow.
Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Smooth as silk,
Brittle like glass.
creamy like milk.
Pull in your rig
Light the torch,
or push the button. Get you medicated like nothing. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go.
from the flower to the glow.
Soft and free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
The body temperature,
Up it goes.
forehead sweat.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down, body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh. Makes the trichome flow.
Slow drip,
Let the pressure go. Let the pressure
From
go.
the flower
to the glow.
soul and free, keep the spirit in me.
Keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Nice day today.
Hey, guy.
What's this?
Alan! Al! Alan!
No, I don't think you need me, you know. No.
Alan! 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 Alan!
We're over here.
Al!
We're over
Alan!
here.
Alan! Alan!
We're over here, man. Look over there.
Alan!
No, that's not Alan. Steve, that's Steve.
Steve! 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 Steve!
I
Steve!
don't know any Steve.
Steve! Steve! Okay, boys, plan
Have
to
you
break
seen
out
this
before your
before?
fish fingers out. Come on. We have some scuba divers
No.
approaching. Now, you know the drill. Everyone into position. Okay? 2, 3, 4. Da da. Da da. Da da. Da da. Da da. Louder, boys, louder. Give me more more cello, Roger. Use the gills. Brian, I love it. I love it. You're even scaring me. Andrew, are you chewing?
No.
Well, I hope you bought enough for everyone. Come on, spit it out. Okay, back into positions. And a 1 and a 2.
Oh, no, that's not Steve. That is Alan.
Alan! Alan! Al! Alan! Alan! Alan!
You're still trying to find us. We're
Someone
over
just
here,
say my
buddy.
name.
Behind you,
Hey,
behind
hey,
you.
Hey! You say Alan?
That's actually from a BBC nature special. There's a few of them.
Well, I've heard about the Alan thing, but I've never watched the video.
Have you ever seen? You know that I guess it's turned into a skit. It's like, hey, what's your name? Ezekiel. What's your name? You've seen that one, right?
No.
Okay, so there's we played the original on the 420 show one day.
Oh yeah.
And the ending is not what you would think.
No, man.
No. So if you're interested in what I'm saying, Google it. I don't want to play it again because it's actually
right. Okay. Let's see. In the show today, we've got the top 5 highest or strongest cannabis strains. We've got some recipes. We got some news, sports news. Got some news. Got a review as well. A couple reviews, I think. I think we've got a couple reviews.
And we're going to also watch Sherry and Baker's newest bit at Elevate. She went to Elevate a couple of weeks ago and did a little thing for us. So we're going to show that as well. And because I'm really into this show and I enjoyed the movie too, The Day of the Jackal is now playing on Prime. And
Okay, so we'll get into that and the entertainment end of things.
Yep. So
Good,
watch
good.
the trailer as well.
Yeah. So what else is new and exciting before we get into the top 5 list?
My eyesight is shitty. I can't see a fucking thing. Everything's blurry. But and it's snowing.
It's snowing. Well, while we can chuckle at that, it's a medical reason, I would assume, why everything's blurry.
Diabetes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So will that go away does that mean as far as does that mean that your readings are off, or it's just something
it might mean a few things. I'm in the process. I got a new doctor, so in the process of finding out what the fuck. And it might just be stress and tired and not feeling well and
life.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see. It's just everything. My eyesight's changing, I guess, is what it is.
There's that too, right? We're all getting older.
Yep. I also
you don't wear glasses though, do you? You don't wear reading glasses, do you?
I've had better than 20/20 vision all my life until but now I'm getting orbs and I get black spots and things like that. So obviously the diabetes is affecting it.
Yeah.
So we'll find it.
You'll find out. Yeah, exactly. So, not being that you were in Northern Ontario, how's the snow? You gotten any? Getting any? Have
Yeah,
any?
like I said, it's been snowing
Right.
since yesterday morning.
Since yesterday.
Yep, and
So 24 hours now.
I've got about 6 inches on my car.
6 inches.
Yeah.
We got we don't have any. We just
Snow.
have green. We just
No
have green
snow.
grass.
Nope. You're gonna have a very mild winter this year.
Yeah.
No, we're supposed to have an El Nino year, I believe.
Oh yeah. I've been told a couple of different things.
Yeah, me too.
Some people said it's going to be a mild. Actually, you're the second person telling me a mild, and another person has told me it's supposed to be really rough. So
I find the best place to get the most accurate information is from the Farmer's Almanac.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean,
well, the Weather Network
track everything. Well, I watch the Weather Network too, but
Yeah.
they go by the almanac as well. So
there's not a lot of. I'm not looking at a lot of snow. Let's just say, but we will finally. Our highs will finally be in the negative numbers in about a week's time.
yeah, it's going to be -9 on Monday, and it was -5 today is the low up here.
Oh, that's your low. That's not your high then. So
No,
okay.
well, I mean, I'm high, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Anything else new and exciting up there for you? Got snow.
The holiday train is on the way.
Holiday train.
Have you ever seen the holiday train, Al?
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't.
I've seen it promoted, but I've never seen it actual.
It doesn't go through where you are. What it does is
No.
it goes. It comes up from Toronto and
Yeah.
goes right up to Thunder Bay and beyond, and it goes through the provinces and heads out west.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if it goes all the way out west, but I know that it comes through Terrace Bay. It doesn't stop here, but
No.
it comes through here because we're a train town.
Yeah, I was gonna say
And,
it's too bad it doesn't stop there.
Well, you see, it stops in Marathon, which is an
Yeah.
hour south of us, and then it comes through Terrace Bay on the 2nd on the way to Shelburne, Schreiber, which is the next town up, and they actually have a thing there. They do a thing. Right?
Oh,
There's
okay.
usually a performance there and all that kind of thing.
Right.
It's just 10 minutes up the road, but we have a big train field here because of the mill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's more of they stop there. If they stop there, it's more. It wouldn't be for the holiday train; it'd be more of commercial.
Yeah, CP goes through, and I think hey, dog, lay down, please. Thank you. Sorry. Like I said, it goes through. I think probably a half a dozen trains go through a day.
Yeah.
Rose, lay down or leave. Thank you. Snacks. Excuse me 1 second.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure, come back with the
Argue with my dog.
You argue with your dog. Okay. All right. We'll do that. We'll do that.
We need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
Exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
to this day, 100%. We still need up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grand, second 32 grand, when you can, you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go. How'd you make out?
She left.
She left. Okay. All right. On to the top 5.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right. Today, as Al mentioned earlier, he was having some problems reading because his vision is off. So I went and grabbed the top 5 list, and it says the top 5 strongest cannabis strains of 2024 update. What do you think, Al? What do you think's on this list?
I'm thinking some Kushes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Be some
yeah,
Kushes on there.
And some heavy sativas.
Heavy sativas. Oh. All right, it's fine there. Here we go. I'll just scroll right down to the
I
list.
don't know what to think, actually.
I know. Here you go. Cookies gelato.
Oh.
It says it's combining a sugary sensation with Girl Guide cookies and gelato. I know I've grown a bubble gelato. Very nice. So
yeah.
They say THC's around 28%.
Do you like a high THC or do you like a low THC?
Myself, I'm gonna say medium to high.
I don't mind the lower end of THCs because they don't overwhelm me, right?
Right.
Sometimes a high THC will trigger a mental health event.
Yeah, I've had strains over the years where I found, and I've actually had them tested, and one of them was a Humber Valley Kush. It came in at 17%. That I enjoyed it better than other strains that I had that were higher.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. There's a strain that I like that's put out by Tweed, and it's 18% usually, and it's just their indica, right?
Right.
And although I won't get it again because it doesn't puff up nice and blah 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 blah, but I enjoyed it when I had it because it wasn't overwhelming. Like I said, I have to be careful. Sometimes I get a little
too high.
Yeah.
Well, they say this one is bringing about a euphoric rush with relaxing touch. This hybrid makes sure you don't go too deep in one direction, even if you're headed for the stars.
As we just said.
Yeah, there you go. Here's some information on it. 50% sativa, 50% indica.
I like a 50-50 or a 60-40.
Yeah, 5 to 6 feet tall, ready middle of October if you're growing outside. So, okay, Royal Gorilla, and just so you know, this comes from Royal Queen Seeds.
Never heard of this. So this is their brands. Yes, okay.
Yeah, I met them at Treating Yourself Expo. See, Royal Gorilla. They say the gorilla genetics have been around in the U.S. for a while.
So that would probably consist of a Gorilla Glue strain, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really say what it's. It's probably below the picture here. 26% THC content. So there you go. Super Dub or Doob, D-U-B-B.
Doob.
Super Doob crossed with Chem Sus crossed with chocolate diesel.
Oh.
3 to 5 feet high, 8 to 10 weeks. It's going to take you to grow it indoors. And it's a 50-50 plant.
That might be interesting. That sounds like something that might be good down in the basement.
Yeah, indoors, you're looking at, I'm going to say 8 to 10 weeks on that.
That's not bad.
No.
Isn't it usually 16?
No, that's for sativas.
Oh, okay.
Indoors, yeah, 8 to 10 weeks for an indica.
Okay.
Yeah, even a little bit less. See, green gelato.
Another gelato.
Yeah. The parent plants are sunset sherbet and thin mint cookies.
I've had both of those and I enjoy them. I would probably like that strain.
Yeah. They're famous for their sweet flavor and strong high, and they have a 25% THC percentage.
You'll have to post that. You'll put that list in our chat there when.
Yes, I will. Let's see. I'll just keep that, and then let's see. Fruity tones, sharp with mint, spicy cushion, warm cookie flavor. Yummy. 45% sativa, 55% indica, 5 to 7 feet tall, early October outdoors, 8 to 10 weeks inside. And it's only 3 to 4 feet tall.
Do they have prices?
No.
Oh, okay.
They have a button that says buy. Next one, Hulk Berry.
Who?
Hulk Berry.
Never heard of it.
Either have I. It says it has attained a cult status in a short amount of time following its success at the 2014 High Times Cup. 28% THC. They say it's the breeding of OG Kush with strawberry diesel. Mix of an indica and sativa effects and a fruity taste. There you go. Here's the information. 65% sativa, 35% indica. Late September outdoors. Wow.
Huh.
That's nice. Nice and early. The high is clear and uplifting.
Huh.
Triple G. What do you think's in this? Let's see.
Cannabis?
They say, yes, it's a coincidence that the name of the strain is similar to that of a WWE wrestler. I was thinking more of the line of 3 different gelatos or something when it said Triple G.
Yeah, they're going off of Triple H. Yeah.
Okay. It's an indica dominant, means it'll more than get you relaxed and euphoric. And it says it might go a long way in treating your systems. Expect the taste of berries, candy, and chocolate to hit your tongue. Will spice, diesel, and earth tones waft around you. I like the idea of what hits your tongue, the chocolate, candy, and berries. There we go, 26%. Are you Glue by Gelato?
Who?
Gorilla Glue 4 by Gelato 33. So there's your Triple G. Gorilla Glue Gelato.
There you go.
There you go. Top 5.
Yeah. That's yummy. I like that last one there. I might have to.
Yeah, so do I.
Check on those.
Hi to our viewers on YouTube as well.
Hi. Can you post that link
yes.
in our chat?
I will. Okay.
Are you high? What are you smoking?
Yeah, what are you guys smoking?
I'm smoking roaches, unfortunately. It's the last week of the month.
So there's our 5 strains. I should have put that in as part of the comment, but I didn't. I just put the link in. Today, I'll be getting into that in the review, which I believe is probably coming up shortly, and we'll get into that. So, all right. Anything else you want to add to the top 5 top 5 list?
I got to look at that list.
Can you see it?
Well, that's the thing. I said I got to, and
yeah. You'll have to take a look. Like I said, I put the link in the chat, so anybody who's wondering can take a look at it. All righty.
Okay, let's make our way along. Let's go from what's going to get you super high with the strong THC levels to something that's going to help you with your munchies. All right, recipe time. I always like doing recipes. I don't get into this big detail on how to do everything. We just sort of name off what they are, right? And I'll end up putting the link in the chat. I'm gonna put that in right now. Recipes. I'll make sure that I put the word recipes in there so everybody will know what I'm doing, what it's for. So there you go. Yeah. So the recipes for today, they are coming to us from Food and Wine.
Ooh.
Food and Wine. Yeah. Where's cannabis recipes?
I like that mainstream websites are picking up on cannabis recipes and stuff like that.
Yeah. That was when I did the search. That's what I thought was.
Well, when I was looking for stuff to talk about today, I actually I posted a short clip of Matthew McConaughey and the chef making steak, Gordon Ramsay, and they were using spices to season their steak. McConaughey style spices. So I thought that was interesting.
Right.
I was watching the video before we started, actually.
Okay. So the 9 cannabis recipes to try at home. Here we go.
9 of them.
Number
1.
How to make cannabis. How you make butter. So this recipe list includes how to make butter. All right.
Now we got
cannabis infused tea with rose and lavender.
I do that. I if you take a little bit of cannabis and some mushrooms and stick them in one of those reusable pods for your Keurig and let it run, there you go.
Bingo. Okay.
You could even put some lavender in there if you wanted to.
And you just gotta click on the link. It says "Get the recipe." It's right there.
There you go.
Yeah. Cannabis infused citrus caramel blondies.
Oh my Lord.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Orange zest and caramel all go into these show-stopping blondies. The recipe's modified version. Swapping in canna butter in for unsalted butter.
Yep.
Cannabis infused olive oil.
I have some in the fridge.
So do I. I was working with it yesterday. Cannabis infused pasta with clams and green chiles.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not into the clams either. All right. Let's see what else next. Cannabis infused olive oil citrus cake. And look at it, it's got the citrus right on top of it. It's a cornmeal cake with a vibrant citrus glaze and fresh fruit add layers of tart sweetness. I think you like this one, Al. Cannabis infused chocolate pretzel cookies. Oh, I see Al is gone. He's had to run off. I don't know where he's gone to.
I had to get some water. I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't know you left. I just happened to change what tab I was on just to check to make sure on things, and you were gone.
Perfect cookies.
Yes, cannabis infused chocolate
pretzel cookies.
Ooh.
You know, I'm not big on chocolate covered pretzels, to be honest with you. No, chocolate is made to be with chocolate, and pretzels are made to be with pretzels. Yeah, it's just,
I like chocolate covered.
I don't like the flavor, the combination of the chocolate.
Really?
They have, the rolled gold. I've gotten a bag of the rolled gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. What's next? Cannabis infused brioche French toast.
I can't remember the proper pronunciation of that.
I haven't got a clue. I've had French toast, but I think
I love French toast, and it's very easy to medicate your syrup. Or your butter.
yes, it is. And you can probably throw
Or your
something.
sugar.
Yeah. They say with an extra luxurious touch from can of butter.
Woo.
Yeah, where do you put butter in French toast?
On top.
Well, this has got extra strawberry jam, lemon juice.
Can't you see it? There it is right there, buddy. That's that white thing there.
That white thing.
That's the butter.
Oh, okay. So it says
you take a slab of butter, can of butter, and put it on your French toast and let it melt in. And then that way you're not burning anything off as well, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember when
I just throw the eggs in the thing, beat them up in the bowl, throw the bread in there, and throw them on the frying pan.
But you got to remember that when you're heating up anything with cannabis in it, you can't when you're frying it up, you're frying over what you should be heating it up.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to overcook. You don't want to get too hot.
If you make your French toast and then take your can of butter, which is already made, and put it on your French toast, you're not burning anything away. That was my point.
Oh, wasn't it make it soggy?
Oh God, no. So what do you think the syrup does?
Syrup, yeah, okay. Infuse the syrup too.
You can't eat that crap, can you?
I haven't had French toast in a long time. I eat very little bread. It's just I get bloated from it if I eat too much, so I don't eat very much bread. All right, on to the next recipe: cannabis infused salted caramel fudge brownies.
Oh, I saw something like this the other day.
Look at that. 2 layers of brownie with caramel squeezed in between.
The first brownies that I ever made, Tim and I, we took about an ounce of leaf and stem and all that and ground it all up. We didn't know any better. Ground it all up, and I said, well, just use it as flour instead of flour.
Right.
It was horrible. But wow, were we stoned.
Yes. Those were the days. Those were the days. Okay. From there, I don't know if that's the end of it or not. Okay. Yes, that's the end of it. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 9 of 9.
9 of 9.
9 of 9. That's right. So there you go. Recipes.
If you know, we like to talk about recipes every show. So if you've got one that you've made, have at her. Send it to us.
Hey, we got a question. Warriors Dude Nation says, "What's up?" Hey, we're just talking cannabis recipes. We'll be talking some news. We'll be talking some sports. We'll be talking about a few things. All righty. So recipes. Done that. Anything else you want to add to the recipes?
I had one that I posted. Let me find it here really quick.
All right.
Because I thought that this would be a good one to medicate. And I posted it. And it's a little video, so we can watch the video. And
right.
1 second here. How do I do this? Share this one.
Yeah.
Share that one. All right. So let's watch this.
Yeah.
And then this would be very easy to medicate. You just medicate the chocolate and then do the steps that it tells you to do.
Is that sponge toffee?
It is. Let me.
Cold come Christmas morning, and this is the perfect gift for those people because it's cold, not in the conventional way, but it's cold cane candy, and it's super easy to make, highly addictive, and just flat out delicious.
That's so damn good.
We start with ingredient, our cane sugar. Then we get a little bit of sea salt, and finally our golden syrup. It's got a really unique flavor, and I really highly recommend it. You can always find this in the British section of your grocery store, but if you can't find it for some reason, use honey or corn syrup. I know that little voice in your head is telling you to mix this, but that's not what you want to do. Just let this dissolve over medium heat. When it's dissolved, we're going to add in the candy thermometer. When it comes up to 300 degrees, we're going to take it off of the heat, whisk in our baking soda, and then pour it into a dish. That's it. It's very simple. Just don't fuck it up. The temperature rises quite quickly here. Heat about 298 degrees. Add in my baking soda. Then I mix it for about 10 seconds here. You can see it just starts expanding. It's fully incorporated here. That's when you want to add it into your baking dish. I've lined it with wax paper just so it comes out in the pan very easily. And you can see once I pour it in, you can see it expanding up. Super easy way to clean the pot is to just fill it with water, bring it up to a boil, and all that sugar is going to dissolve, and this pot is going to be spotless. I got my candy foam now. All I got to do is smash it up into bite-sized pieces. You want to make sure before you start breaking it, it's fully cooled. So I usually let it sit out on the counter for about an hour and then pop it in the freezer for about 15 minutes. And then that way I know when I'm breaking it, it's completely cooled and it just easily breaks apart and melts in your mouth. That's so damn good. You can use whatever chocolate you like, but I've got some delicious dark chocolate. It's going to taste really good. I like to melt my chocolate using a double boiler. I also got my cookie crumbs in a separate bowl. Everything's ready to go. Once the chocolate's melted, you just dip in your honeycomb candy. You can partially dip in it or completely submerge it. Just toss it into those cookie crumbs. Roll it around for a bit, then lay it onto a baking sheet. Let it harden. And then, honestly, you have your cold canned candy, which is freaking unbelievable. Everybody has a few naughty people in their lives who deserve to get cold come Christmas morning. And this is the perfect gift for those people because it's cold. Not in a conventional way.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. We'll take it off.
Yeah, that I think that would be a really yummy, and it's cold, so you could use it for Christmas.
And like you can infuse the chocolate for sure.
I think everything there you infuse.
I think you could as well. Yeah.
I think the best way to do it would be when you're making the foam. Put some RSO in there, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, it's put some oil in there or whatever. But you
butter, whatever. Yeah.
If it would, I'm not sure because it mentions how you cook it off until you get it right down to like you want to stir it, but don't stir it. I'm not sure if it would separate or not. But I guess you could try. Someone could try it and find out, and if it doesn't separate, then hey, good stuff, right? But no matter what, you can still infuse the chocolate. Oh, I'm talking about chocolate. I got some sad news yesterday. Our local chocolate store is closing.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it was great stuff. Just go to the chocolate store and buy some and melt it down. And
have you been into the butter tart bakery in Alderville?
No. I don't travel that direction very often.
It hadn't opened before I moved, so I didn't get in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you. All righty. Well, from recipes, we should go into maybe reviews. What do you say?
What do you have to review?
We'll talk about it on the other side. Today, for a review, I've got a vape cartridge that have you ever had something that you've put it away someplace and you've lost it?
Yes, I have a button that I've been saving that popped off my fucking shorts, and I finally got some thread and a needle, and I can't find the fucking button.
Well, I couldn't find this vape cartridge. I didn't know where it was. It went missing. It was still in its package. And it turns out that when I got a coat back that I had left at a friend's place,
it was in the coat.
It was in the coat, and it was at Buddy's place for over a month, but I didn't know it was there. I thought, I looked all around, but I couldn't find it. but that explains why. So yeah, my vape cartridge that I got here today because I can't smoke joints in the house. It is from Legacy 420. You find them at legacy420.com. And the strain that I am doing is called Tangy. And it is. It's just
Tangy?
that. It's tangy. It's the Red E brand, which is the Legacy 420 brand. And it tastes tangy.
Which is up for sale, I hear.
Yes, Legacy 420 is up for sale. Exactly.
So Al and I have both been what do you call it? Interacting with Tim Barnhart since Legacy, literally since they opened, because we were at the opening. I remember.
Yeah. I used to go to the old store all the time, and hearing Tim's stories about Project Long Arm stopped by today. And that
yes,
was
we've heard the stories. Yes.
Yeah. And he's got it up for sale. He posted that he's turning 65 in a few months, and
time to run away with his young lady there.
Retire without the business.
Yep.
So he's got it up for sale. It's a 10,000 square foot facility. It's got a lab. It's got food processing areas.
That
concentrates where they make concentrates. It's
but it tells me about the current state of the business of cannabis in Canada.
Yeah.
Because this is happening a lot of stores, both Indigenous and legal stores, and not so legal stores, are closing down.
Yeah, well, I know there's the one person I saw on Facebook, the store where they work at has closed.
I think that it's the climate in Canada with regards to cannabis now. I think that there's something going on within the Indigenous sector of cannabis. A lot of reservations are not allowing it, and some are. Southern Ontario has a lot of reservations that are allowing it. We have none up here in Northern Ontario.
No, yeah, well, it's up to each reservation, just like it would be up to, for example, down in the U.S., up to each state. Here is federal legal, but we still have the provincial regulations, which vary from province to province, and same with municipalities, right?
And then we have our federal medical program, which is so medical.
Yeah. I saw a post by Allison Murden. She was mentioning that she was talking with a patient who informed her that the doctor said to them that Health Canada is being really questioning a lot of stuff that's over 3 grams. So they're trying to push the 3 gram limit for home growers.
For home growers,
that's what they're getting in the clinics. As far as like a patient goes in at his clinic and then they purchase their cannabis from the licensed producers, that's 2.5 to 3 grams. But at one time, like it was much higher, something like 14 when it came to the home growing.
My first was 3 grams, because that's what he gave me. I'm up to 5 now. And I've already had the conversation with the new doctor, and she just wants to do some research and make sure she's allowed. That's all.
Right.
She's fine with it. She just wants to make sure she's allowed.
See what the
she's heard that
medical association says.
Well, yeah, she's
you know what they say.
She has heard that doctors can't prescribe unless they take a course, which is bullshit. But there is a course that is available to practitioners and nurses that is about cannabis, but nobody wants to take it. So you don't hear about it. You don't hear doctors talking about it. I spent the last 35 years with this doctor and learning, and he had to learn, and so what's up, Al? You okay?
Well, I was trying to see in my review here. I thought, okay, let's see how much of a cloud of vapor I can create with it. And of course, that
Didn't work, did it?
That leads to a coughing when you do that. So, but no, it tastes good. I'm enjoying it. I can't give you any numbers on it or anything like that. I can just tell you it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It's Legacy 420's Red E brand that they produce themselves. So, the numbers were at the they're not on the package here that I've got with it, but it was on the board when I bought it. I just can't. It's been a while. It was like I said, it was lost in my coat. So,
what are those worth?
And you know, something that you guys always see me with in the videos is what, because I'm using a vape pen. But this battery, it doesn't seem to die.
Really?
It just keeps going. It's it's excuse me. It's a box hot battery. It's all fancy colors. But it just keeps on going. Like, I think I've only charged it like twice. Like, when I got it, I charged it, and then once since then.
I don't use the vape pens. I mean, I use my Shatterizer, obviously. It's right
Yeah.
here. But I don't use the pre-buy or pre-filled vape pens because it's usually distillates and isolates, which I don't like.
Yeah, that's why if I go and get one, I look for it to say live rosin in it.
Yeah, well, you see that I can make my own, so why should I?
Yeah, correct. And
I'd rather get some hash or some shatter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talking about hash review, since we're still on the review end of things, how is the dewdrop?
It's dropping dew.
Did it drop you?
Yeah, it makes me sleepy. I don't have any hash, or I'd be using it, but I've been getting the Nug brand because I enjoy it. I like the soft hash. The other one that I have found that is really also yummy is Vortex, and their hash is usually soft as well. They had some blonde there, but I don't think that the blonde would really roll out. I've dropped a few snakes into my water already.
Mm-hmm.
The fall off. Yep, there you go. That's the one.
That's for next week's show.
There you go. I like the Vortex. That's the one that I started getting.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that was I'll have a story for that one too.
It's similar to the Nugs.
Yeah. Yep. Well, yesterday, some people have asked me, you know, I've got my dewdrop right here, and it's sitting on top of my Apple.
Yes.
And people have asked me, like, you know, how portable is it? You know, yesterday I thought I'd check that out, and I'm out in the country, right? So it's not as if I could just go for a walk downtown or anything. So I went for a walk. I went out and got the mail. I went over to the pond.
I walk around with it all the time.
Yeah, I went over to the pond. I went up down the trail past the windmill that we have here for the pond, along the trail some more, and back here to the house. And it worked just fine. It was always the chamber on it was always full.
I wouldn't take it with you in the car or anything, but you know.
No, not. Yeah, I wouldn't take it to try to use in the car. I'd take it in the car to take to someplace to use someplace else.
I'm trying to get Tyler, the owner of My Cannabis here in Terrace Bay, to bring them in.
Yeah.
I think that his hash people will like it.
See this thing right here? This thing here, which does have a lid on it. Okay.
Yep, you're going for Dave's trick, are you?
Yes. Going for Dave's trick. Dave suggests that in order to clean your apple, and just so you know,
or your dewdrop,
or the dewdrop, because the dewdrop fits in here as well.
How many dewdrops will fit into a can of dewdrops?
Oh,
Probably
it
two.
might get two. You might get two apples in here, but I don't think you'll get two dewdrops.
Hmm.
Yeah, you put your ISO, or if you've got high grade alcohol, whatever, put it in here, right? And then at the end of the day, when you're done with your apple or your dewdrop, you just take it and you stick it in here. You put your lid back on it, right? So your alcohol doesn't evaporate. And in the morning, you take your lid off, pull your apple out, rinse it. You're done.
Yep.
It's clean, ready to go. Put the lid back on. Your alcohol is
I have
still
not.
there.
I have not found anything that's big enough for it yet, so I'm still looking. But you know, I have noticed, Al, if you take the dewdrop, and I don't have a apple, if you take the dewdrop and fill it completely with hot water, and just shake it, and then dump it out. It really cleans itself really well. And then once in a while, I'll do the ISO thing as well.
Right. Well, mine is dirty, and it's dirty in the photos I took of it yesterday, but it's dirty because I used it. So, but it's due. It's due to be dunked and cleaned. So, alrighty, we're done that into things. Review that done. I'm gonna run another promo right now. Okay, on the apple, and then we get back. Oh no, hang on. I'm gonna hang on on that thought.
Make up my mind, Al.
I want to make up your mind because I want to time some things here. So we're just gonna have a quick 20-second break, and then we're gonna head to the news.
Okay,
sounds good. Okay, all right. We're right back, guys. Are you looking for nonstop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Hey, there we go. Don't forget, catch that Saturday morning. Non-stop, man. Works really good. What do you think? I'm sure you
we need
enjoy
to
it.
put some cartoons in there as well.
What's that?
We need to put some cartoons in there as
Put
well.
some cartoons. Saturday morning cartoons. Hey, there you go.
Yep.
Hey, I guess I didn't ask this question before. News. Do we have a news article? Or were we too high before the show to think about that?
There is one here.
You got one?
Well, I don't remember what it is. I'm looking. Yeah, here we go.
Okay. All right, just hang on. I gotta run the intro. All right, there you go. What's the news?
I'm posting the link in our chat.
Okay.
And I can't read all the small chat stuff, but basically the appeals court upholds Mississippi ban on medical marijuana advertising. Now, in Canada, you're not allowed to do any cannabis advertising at all. So they say, although you keep seeing cannabis advertising.
I've seen signs around. Yeah.
But it is not allowed, as you know. It is not allowed for an LP, a legal producer, provider, whatever you want to call them, to outright advertise products.
Correct. You can't run ads on TV or whatever, but I've seen promos on signs.
Oh yeah. You know, when all this legalization stuff first happened, you'd go down to the Budweiser stage down at Ontario Place, which is closed now. You'd go down there, and Tweed had a huge kiosk there, soliciting new people to come and sign up when they were doing the sign up thing and stuff like that. And then you would drive down the highway, the Gardner Expressway, which cuts right through the downtown core of Toronto, and you would see signs all over the fucking place about cannabis this, cannabis that, Tweed, Cannabis Corp, or where, you know, whoever they're called now. It was all over the place. Now, not so much, but you're starting to see things like when you go into a legal store, you will see propaganda from Health Canada all over the place.
Oh yeah,
you know, flyers and things like that. So, you know, and now they're starting an education campaign. When you remember all the stores that were popping up, Tweed.
Oh yeah,
Tweed was having stores pop up, and they were using it as recruitment centers for people to come in and learn.
Well, they had the Buzzkill store there for 4 days.
Yeah.
All right. And now, like each province seems to be doing it, because Nova Scotia had something. New Brunswick is running something as well. Alberta has an educational thing that they've been running, and this all started Octoberish. And it's been other provinces have been running it too.
And also, I was looking for stuff to talk about, that cannabis hypermimesis syndrome.
He did better than me.
There's some new research that you know tells you why it's happening and blah 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 blah. You smoke too much, go and eat something, you'll feel better. I've been I've had to take an ambulance ride. I thought I was having a fucking heart attack. And the first thing that the doctor said in Emerge was, you got hypermimesis syndrome. I was like, I just instantly like, you know what? Don't even.
Don't even go there. All right. We're gonna go into some sports, but I've got to deal with the dog. So I'm gonna do the sports really quickly, because I don't have anything to show. I just got 3 things to mention. So let's get into there. Sports. All right. Being that I didn't have a live show last week, and so I got a few things I gotta get caught up on. I gotta get caught up on. Okay. Dodgers won the World Series.
The Dodgers won the World Series.
The Argos won the Grey Cup.
Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? And you see, in 2024, the Argos win the fucking Grey Cup. I didn't even know. The last time they won the fucking Grey Cup, I was sitting on my sister's car going up and down Yonge Street. That was what, 30 years ago?
Yeah, they won the Grey Cup.
Congratulations. I wish I had some sound effects loaded.
And it was Paul over Tyson in boxing.
Yeah. You know, I don't know what to think there.
That's the end of my story.
I don't know what to think there.
But being that we didn't do a live show, and the show before that I had missed the Dodgers thing, so I thought, well, okay, I'll just do a quick little rundown there and let everybody know.
I did not know about the Argos.
I didn't even know that they were even in the Grey Cup. I just I saw the stuff. And, holy fuck! So, and I recently had a friend stop in before a broadcast, and he's a big Hamilton Tyke. He was actually going to Ottawa. He was going to go see them play up there, but that was before anything was obviously before the Grey Cup. So. All right, I'm going to run this quick little promo, and then we're going to come back with some events and entertainment stuff that we got to discuss.
Yeah, and I've got a piece by Sherry Ann Baker from Elevate.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you in about 2 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is,
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward.
Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
you just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackles.
Once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. We're back.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at, Al?
I'm just sharing the show. I forgot to share the show on
Okay. Yes. That was the Apple. As you mentioned, as it shows there, it's coming soon. You're well aware of this, but I am finally done putting something together. Video, short, sort of a documentary, but not a documentary. It's just about the Apple. And I've got a movie or clip that is actually, it's about 52 minutes long, and it's video footage of Dave and Master Glass actually creating a Apple. Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did. I watched it. I skimmed it.
You skimmed it.
I skimmed it yesterday. Yeah, I figured I'd watch it when you show it.
Yeah. And so I've got to just got to figure out when I'm going to actually release it to the public. And
did you let Dave see it yet?
No, I asked him if he wanted to see it before we released it, and he said, no, I'm okay. So I said, all right. Yeah, it's they actually created Apple and talk about how it's made and the whole thing.
I enjoyed I've said this before, I really enjoy chatting with Dave, always have. And he's very animated, but he knows what he's talking about. And it was very interesting to sit there and watch them both do what they do.
Yeah. Now that I've got this one done, I'm going to create another video. I just basically a glass blowing video, because we did make some video footage without any sound to it. And so I'll probably be putting something like with that together. There'll be lots of different things they can create with the footage that I got that day. So, all right, that's my movie end of things. You said you got some events or entertainment movie you want to add to this?
To this?
Yes.
Yeah, we can watch. I like I said at the beginning of the show, I have been watching the new series. I don't know if they're calling it a limited series or not, but it is the newest version. Oopsie. The newest version of The Day of the Jackal. If you've ever seen the original, it's a very intense movie, the original, which I believe is Richard Meacham. And then the remake is one of Jack Black's first films with
Yeah.
What's his name, please?
I don't know, Jack. I
Bruce
don't know the
Willis.
movie.
Bruce Willis plays the jackal. But this is really well done. It's a limited series on I believe Prime.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the
Take a look. All right.
trailer, just because I thought it was cool, and I'm having a hard time with Windows here. There we go.
Who's the target?
My clients need to know if you think it's possible.
It'll cost.
Police all over Europe are looking for him. We are reaching out to all our international partners for assistance.
He's an exceptional assassin. He will kill again, unless we stop him.
There's no record of him anywhere. This guy's a ghost.
I know I can find him.
I've heard good things about you, Bianca. Don't let me down.
His code name's Jackal. He's a mimic. Somebody's hiring the Jackal for another kill.
What do you do?
If I told you the truth, then I'll lose you.
This is a wild goose chase, and it's not helping our department's reputation.
Are you saying we should just walk away? That's not the job I signed up for.
There's only so much I can do to protect you.
I will find him and I will kill him myself.
One man is not worth all this loss.
I like to win.
So do I.
I just want to know who you are.
There's a couple.
What's that?
There's a couple of other really good series that I'm watching as well. Landman, which is just started, and of course Yellowstone.
It looks like she's bound and determined to find and get this guy, even though they want to stop going at him.
It's I don't know if you know about what the Jackal is, but it's loosely based on a true story out of, I guess, the 60s, 70s, I guess, maybe even earlier. I don't know, but it's loosely based on a true story. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
about the assassin name as the Jackal.
Yeah. Now, as far as events, we do know that the Kind Winter Fair is going on in Toronto this weekend, or not this weekend, today. It's 2 days, Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. I didn't know when.
Yeah.
Now, and we also have the video to watch.
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's I saw a post on Facebook about yesterday, which was business day, from my understanding. Packed. But this is
really
what the post said. Yeah, packed, just packed full of people. So
where was it? Down at the
in Toronto. No, it's not an exhibition grounds.
Okay.
No. I can't think of the name of the street offhand right now.
I can't light my joint with my Shatterizer.
No, you won't get enough heat to light it. So yeah, busy times down there. So I've gone to the Kind Winter Fairs in the past, and things were covered. You know, it was outside, but covered, and there was heat. I don't know what they're doing this year.
That's the one that they did under a tent last year, isn't it?
Yeah. We went the one year. We covered it.
I don't remember.
No? That was
They
a couple years.
they all go together. We've done so many that they all
Blurred. Yeah, exactly. All right. And you said you've got something there on the
Yep,
event?
I've got a piece by Sherry Ann, who went and covered what is it called again? Elevate. Also in Toronto. So we'll watch that and then we can chat about it when we're done. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Hang on.
Elevate. See you soon.
Let's try that again. There we go.
Two parts to my answer here. I think the most important part of my success is definitely the people that I work with, the teams that I've put together. They're a great group of passionate individuals and they love what they do. And so I think that's first and foremost. Without a good team, there's no way to be successful in this industry.
Regulatory challenges that you would see we're facing right now in Canada.
Hit that 30%, so they can go to Quebec, stuff like that. So I think we just got to clean the new regulations and the standardization. That's also a little bit difficult too because everyone has different opinions.
Question, I'm just going to go off script for a second. There's a lot of talk obviously about standardization, and within the context of that, it's been basically left from Health Canada to the industry. It's almost like sending kids to the room at a fight and going, look, you guys go and sort this out. When you figure it out, you come back to us. Is that the stance? Is that the way the industry is currently putting itself together to present back standardization opportunities to Health Canada?
Yeah, for sure. I think also it is.
Or understand data. Data is important. Roadmap. But how can retailers use data to improve the consumer and customer experience?
Well, as you said, data is very important, and I'm pretty much a data geek, so I will stand by that. But it's not everything. For me, or for everyone, data doesn't equal success. It's how you use it.
Good morning. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I recognize some of the brands because of us being involved in events and going and covering events that were on. But yeah, I don't know where that was held at though.
I believe it was at Danforth. I've not been at the Danforth.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let me just
is new to me.
We have figure get an answer to that question. Elevate.
I think it was at the Danforth.
You think so?
I think so. I may be wrong.
Yeah. There's lots of opportunities for me to choose which one I wanted to go to. Just want the one that has the answer, and it doesn't. Oh, LB.
Oh, okay. A
In
Etobicoke.
Yes. Yeah. So there you go. That's where it's at, or was at. So okay. Anything else offhand? Entertainment.
Nope, almost time to go clean off the car.
Yeah. You got medical appointments this afternoon.
Yes, I does.
Yeah, that means you gotta get a head start. You gotta get ahead early because you gotta. Yeah. What are your roads like? You obviously have
3.5 minute car trip. Not even. I am 1.3 kilometers kilometers away from the hospitals. So,
Oh, gee, that's not bad. You're good.
no, I probably could snowshoe it if I had to.
You got snowshoes?
It's just at the top of the street. So
yeah.
No, I don't. No. My snowshoeing and skiing days are done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I was an avid skier when I was younger. I enjoyed doing the moguls at Horseshoe Valley.
Good. Yeah, I like doing little snowshoeing just around here around the property. So,
do you ski as well? Do you do
no
cross country skiing?
No, I don't want to kill myself.
Cross country skiing to me is
no.
Oh
no, I don't do that either. No.
I have.
It just allows me to continue doing my walking because walking is my exercise. So, before we say goodbye,
I don't think so. Why are we saying goodbye already?
Well, I'm just sort of looking at what else we got left to cover.
I don't think we really have much else to cover. So goodbye.
No. Yeah, because our events and entertainment, according to my list, is the last thing that we have on.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to see next week.
Yes, exactly. No, I know what you mean.
Bye and buy bonds.
All right. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
Stay tuned.
Coming from Yahoo News Canada, the Yukon now leads Canada in cannabis consumption. We lost at Nova Scotia. Come on, fellow Scotians, like Blue Nosers, we got to get out to the stores. New data suggests that Canadians in the north are leading the country when it comes to cannabis consumption. According to a report highlighted by Yahoo News, residents of the Yukon have the highest per capita cannabis use in Canada, outpacing every other province and territory. Researchers point to several possible factors behind this new trend. The Yukon has a relatively small population, which can amplify the per capita statistics, but there are also cultural and geographic considerations. In more remote regions, cannabis may be more accessible or socially accepted option compared to other substances. The territory has also embraced legalization with a stable retail system and relatively strong access to legal cannabis products. This accessibility may help shift consumers away from the illicit market and into regulated channels. Officials note that high usage rates don't necessarily equate to increased harm. In fact, some public health experts argue that regulated access allows for better education, product safety, and harm reduction compared to any unregulated market. The data reflects a broader national trend. Cannabis has become normalized across Canada. Well, it's becoming normalized across Canada for sure, but patterns of use still vary widely depending on region, demographics, and local culture. As researchers continue to study these patterns, regions like the Yukon may provide valuable insight into how legalization shapes long-term consumer behavior.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.